Hello. Good evening. Twin Minds here. We are doing Slay the Princess tonight so that we can save the world. Did this for Steam Next Festival a while back, and the demo was fantastic with some great narration, so I'm hoping to continue that. And we are nearing the end of the spooky season, so naturally we have to slay something. So, I think we should get started. I don't recall much from the demo, other than that it gets weird. Which is a good thing. Let's do it. Chapter 1, The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Wonderful.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
What are you talking about, end of the world? Oh, all the choices are going to be under my face, aren't they? No, all the choices happen to be scrolled down, and my face is just under where they are. Perfect.
I'm talking about the end of everything as we know it. No more birds, no more trees, and perhaps most problematically of all, no more people. You have to put an end to her.
But how can a princess locked away in a basement end the world?
Don't linger on the specifics. You have a job to do here. Just get in there and do what needs to be done. We're all counting on you.
Alright. Evidence?
Look, you're already on the path that leads to the cabin. Why would you be here if it weren't to complete a very important task? You've made it this far, you might as well reach the end of your journey.
But why am I here exactly? Why are any of us here? Have you considered that maybe the only reason she's going to end the world is because she's locked up?
While I appreciate the mental exercise, we are running up against a bit of a ticking clock. Nevertheless, let me assure you, the princess is locked up because she's dangerous. She is not dangerous because she's locked up.
That's fair.
And before you decide
Pretty
to waste
clear.
even more of our time by asking how I know that, let me suggest a more pragmatic lens through which to view this situation.
Please do.
Causality doesn't matter here, because the end result is the same no matter what led us up to this point. If the princess leaves the cabin, the world will end, and there is no changing that.
Now that changes the wording a little bit. If she leaves the cabin. What if, and just putting out a hypothetical here, what if I were to enter that cabin and we were to settle down and have a nice life together? She's happy, I'm probably happy, the world doesn't end because she doesn't leave the cabin. Good work.
It's no use arguing semantics over a metaphorical chicken or egg, because the egg is hatched and it's about to ruin everything.
Now there's an egg. Oh.
Unless, of course, you do your job and slay her.
Killing a princess seems kind of bad though, right?
Does it? Are you a monarchist? Is slaying a princess that much worse than slaying a fisherman or a miller or a seamstress? If anything, slaying a princess is much better than slaying a seamstress. Seamstresses contribute something of value to society.
Oof, big dig on all the princesses out there. Have you considered that maybe I'm okay with the world ending?
Of course I haven't. Why would I even consider that? Nobody wants the world to end.
The princess does, obviously.
I mean, maybe some people do, like nihilists or very, very evil people, but surely you're not one of those, right?
Maybe. Can someone else do it?
Oh, if only that were the case, but I don't make the rules. I have to say, I'm surprised at your reluctance thus far, but unfortunately for the both of us, you're the only one who can pull this off.
Okay.
Like I said, I don't make the rules. no matter how much I wish I did.
Alright. No.
Are you serious? No, you have to do it.
Oh. I don't get a choice in the matter. Okay, fine. Look, I'll go to the cabin and I'll talk to her. If she's bad as you say, then maybe I'll kill her. But I'm not committing.
Then I guess we'll just have to see what happens. But a word of warning. If you go in prepared to hear her out, she could easily trap you in her web of lies. And the more you listen to her honeyed words, the harder it'll be to pull yourself out. Then each and every one of us is doomed. So sure, go talk to her. See how that turns out for all of us.
So far, I'm on the same path that I was for the demo. I was definitely trying really hard not to kill her. Now, the start
You make
of
your
the
way
game,
up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
The start of the game said something along the lines of, there are no wrong paths, this is a narrative story. So it's entirely possible that I don't have nearly as much choice as all of the dialogue options make me think I have.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them.
So you'll note here, the voice of the hero, we've gone from narrator to voice of hero. There are point of view differences in this, and it looks like this is the same as before, where the voice of the narrator and the voice of the hero sound very similar to my untrained ears, so I didn't pick that out at first. So I figured I'd point that out for me again, and for anyone who needs to notice that as well.
Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Alright, we're going in.
The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty, and the floor and walls are painted in a fine layer of dust. The only furniture of note is a plain wooden table. Perched on that table is a pristine blade.
Alright, so we're going to quick save here. I noticed these options at the bottom here, just to see what we can do.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
I guess we're... You know, I don't want to take the blade. I don't want to take the blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. The air feels heavy and damp, a hint of rot filtering from the ancient wood. If the princess really lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. Her voice softly carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
It's hypnotizing. It's the kind of voice you only have to hear once to remember it for the rest of your life. Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation. You're playing a dangerous game by coming here unarmed.
Did I take the dagger the first time? I don't remember. I think I'm here to slay you. Hang on, let's just checking in.
You are? It's been so long since anyone's come down here. I was starting to think they'd forgotten about me.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement. She's beautiful. How could someone like this be a threat to anyone? I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot riding on you here.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Hi, about that. Let's talk a bit first. You know what? We're gonna save the princess as best as I can
Only
try.
making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
Look at them big puppy dog eyes.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug. They're large and heavy, Far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Yeah, I wasn't. I didn't come equipped for that specifically.
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to never see the light of day. They wouldn't have just left the key to her chains somewhere in the cabin.
Maybe. I'm going to check upstairs. Maybe the key is around, and if not, I can try to find something to break you free.
Okay. I'll be here. Good luck.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement, but the door at the top of the stairs slams shut.
Oh,
You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
well, that's rude.
Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out of
Your
here.
shouts and pleas are met with silence. I'll repeat myself once again. You're here to slay the princess, and you won't leave until the task is done.
So there was someone monitoring me. I see. Try it.
You try the door, but it's locked from the outside.
Sigh. Okay, fine.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to.
Hi, Trix. How you doing?
Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely hesitates before raising her arm to her
Sweet
mouth,
mother
her
of
teeth
God.
tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf.
Ma'am?
As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs.
See.
You're not sure how it made its way down here, but if there's a time to strike, it's now. Or we could use it to free her.
She's chewing off her own arm without
You
hesitation.
won't like what happens if you do that.
I feel like we may now have information we need. No, I'm determined. I'm gonna try to save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, self-inflicted wound on the princess's arm, just above the unyielding chain binding her to this place. You cut into her flesh. The blade is sharp, and it takes little effort to crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
Hello, Sparkle.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
Yeah, that's what's concerning me.
No, she didn't.
Yep. That
She
is what's
smiles
concerning me.
softly as her gaze meets yours, blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground. How is she still smiling after everything? It's like she isn't even bothered by what just happened.
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Yes. Let's. Would you like a band-aid?
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world. No, I can't just let her escape into the world. As the princess approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Oh. I forgot about this twist. We got talons and scales and shit.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just do that. Watch me.
What are you doing?
Slay the princess, slay the princess, slay the princess, slay the princess, slay the princess. Warn her.
Stop that.
Something's come over you, hasn't it? You know you don't have to do this, right?
Your body lunges forward, the blade held low, ready to sink into her heart. But the princess dodges, stumbling back against the wall before the blade has a chance to connect. Stop it! Stop trying to resist me. I'm trying to get you out of here alive.
Slay the princess, slay the princess, slay the princess. Resist.
The blade! Move the blade!
No.
As your body remains frozen in stubborn resistance, the princess takes a cautious step forward.
We both know this isn't you.
I'm trying my best here, lady.
She nervously reaches towards you and takes the blade from your infuriatingly rigid hands. What are you doing?
I'm sorry. I'll try to be quick.
She plunges
Stab.
it into your chest,
Oh, God.
tearing through flesh and sinew. It is agony. But you aren't dead yet.
I'm not dead yet.
Oh no, I'm so sorry.
Stay strong. We can tough it out until it's done. For her sake. For her sake? Don't you start pretending that dying a painful death is some sort of heroic gesture. The two of you have literally doomed everyone. Whatever. She sinks the blade into your chest again and again and again, and you feel every inch of burning pain that slices its way into your body.
Delightful. Exus Gollum, hello, hi, welcome. We are attempting and failing miserably to slay the princess.
I'm sorry.
She doesn't know how to use a knife, does she?
That is a very calm and rational realization while getting stabbed.
Apparently not, though it doesn't matter how sloppy her knife work is, does it? A stab wound is still a stab wound, and it won't be long before you bleed out.
Maybe she does know how to use a knife. Maybe she's just right-handed and she's kind of missing that at the moment.
I'm so sorry.
With one last thrust of the knife, your legs give out beneath you. You collapse to the floor, your blood pooling around you, your limbs unresponsive. The princess stares down at your ruined chest as tears carve rivulets of pink down her blood-spattered cheeks. It can't just end like this, right?
Right.
Oh, that's rich coming from you. As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. The two of you made your choice. It's over.
Rip.
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Rip. So here's the thing. She is now missing a hand, and it is
You're
very
on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin,
bleeding.
and in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Very much bleeding. So wouldn't, theoretically, the job be done anyway as she bleeds out and dies? In theory. Just saying. I am aware this is some sort of really wonky branching path situation, and I'm curious where this whole thing goes, because Exus, I mentioned earlier, I did play the demo of this Next Fest a little while ago, so I am partially aware of how this whole thing plays out, but not to a very great extent. I think we got through, what, two or three chapters, maybe at most, in the demo.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Cheers, Sparkle. I am getting a terrible sense of deja vu.
A terrible sense of deja vu? No, you don't have that. This is the first time either of us have been here. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Yes, he didn't approve of us last time, did he? If we're going to save our beloved, we'll have to be sneaky about it.
Oh, we didn't have the smitten before.
Our beloved? Yes, you'll have to be very sneaky about your intentions if you're going to try and save the princess. Ah, so all of the cards are on the table. then you should know that we and the princess are in love, and the four of us will be foiling any and all assassination attempts you've got in the works.
I like how he says the four of us.
We'll see about that. Whatever you do, just be sure to ignore him specifically. It sounds like he's the sort who'd sacrifice the whole world for a peck on the cheek. What can I say? A world without love is a world that isn't worth saving.
Alright. This is more than just deja vu, though. I'm pretty sure this whole thing literally just happened.
We could go back and forth on this forever, and it won't get you any closer to doing your job and saving the world. So let's just agree to disagree.
I disagree to that. Let's assume I'm telling the truth and all of this really did already happen. Why should I listen to you? Why should I do anything?
Those are two very different questions, but fine, I'll indulge you if that's what it takes to get you moving. Let's say for a moment that this really is the second time you've met me, or at least a version of me. If you're back here, I'm assuming you died, which probably only happened because you didn't listen to me.
Okay. Narrator man's got a point.
You were the one who did us in, villain. Well, not you in the literal sense, but you did everything you could to stop us from rescuing her.
'Tis true.
Oh, I wonder why. Maybe it's because the entire world was at stake. No lone princess is worth that price. I beg to differ. I'm not going to argue with you. I'm just going to take a deep breath and assume that whoever is making the decisions here has the common sense to ignore your protestations. Anyway, I believe your second question was, what's the point of doing anything? If you're asking that, it sounds to me like you're making the rather dangerous assumption that your actions last time around didn't have any consequences. What do you mean? Of course there weren't any consequences. You forced the princess to kill us, and now everyone's right back where they started. That sounds pretty consequence-free to me.
He's got a point.
Yes, but in this purely hypothetical scenario, that begs the question of how you got back here. Did time simply rewind itself, or were you instead transported to a different world entirely?
Oh, he's going with the multiverse theory, is he?
If it's the latter, what do you think happened after you died? Do you think the people there lived happily ever after? Or do you think that the princess, left unhindered, brought about the end to everyone and everything, just like I told you she would?
I think she bled out on the floor and the world was perfectly fine. Not that I am necessarily agreeing that killing the princess saves the world. But going on your theory of that, then that's what happened.
She would never. She's a perfect angel that you cruelly imprisoned as part of some convoluted, dastardly scheme. Convoluted? I don't know how this premise could be any more simple. Princess bad, stop her, save everyone.
I'm gonna save her. All four of us in my head. Hold up. So, let's talk about this princess, shall we?
Just be quick about it.
The only reason she killed me last time was because I let her. She could barely hold a knife. She was clearly right-handed. How can she in the world?
She just can. Believe me, I wish I could tell you more, but you'll just have to trust that what I'm saying is true, and that, despite it all, you're fully up to the task that's been given to you.
So here's the thing about secrets, Mr. Narrator Man. You would have a much better time getting your way if you were not keeping them.
Maybe it's her beauty that threatens the world. Sure, it's her beauty. Why not? And before you ask, no, we can't just keep her down there. If you don't slay her, she's going to find a way out. It's unfortunate, I know, but it's just the way it is.
Who locked her there? What is this place?
People locked her in that basement, and I told you what this place is. It's a path in the woods. Don't overcomplicate things.
I'm not satisfied with your answer, sir. Why wouldn't they slay her? Why me?
Look, I'm not supposed to say this, but it's because you're special. You're the only person capable of doing this. Call it a prophecy, if that helps, but it's just the way things are.
Ah, but here's the thing, Gollum. So am I. I am also very stubborn.
Oh, I didn't know we were special. Of course you're special. Why else would you be here? Calling us special isn't going to make us friends, even if it did feel nice. Oh, believe me, the last thing I want is for you and I to be friends. But I'm a professional, and I'm not going to let my dislike for you get in the way of helping you save the world.
Good. At least now we're all in agreement that you dislike me. So you're being cagey. What aren't you telling me, bud?
I've told you everything you need to know.
But you're not
Going
everything.
into more detail would just overcomplicate an otherwise very simple situation and make your job more difficult.
That's not how information works, bud.
Not to sound like a broken record, but the less you know about her, the better things will go for all of us. I know it sounds like I'm hiding something, but
Which you are.
you're just going to have to take me at my word.
Okay, so here's the thing. If you told me, for example, that she was, I don't know, a rampaging murderer who just barely got captured and put away in this cabin, and no one was able to find a way to kill her because Lord knows they have tried, and she has escaped multiple times and has killed several thousand more people, and the only reason that she is locked in this cabin is it's the only place that has worked so far, and that we really need to get rid of her or she's going to keep getting out and trying to kill everyone, that might help change my mind. So maybe this whole keeping information thing isn't going to your advantage. Just saying. That is all.
Great. Now, if you don't mind, the whole world is waiting with bated breath for you to save it from ruin.
Just saying. Information is important. Alright, I'm going with them. I'm gonna save her.
That's right, you can't stop all of us. We're going to sweep her off her feet if it's the last thing anyone does. Are these really the sorts of people you'd like to align yourself with? You're not at the cabin yet. You still have plenty of time to reflect on the situation. I just hope for all our sakes that you make the right call.
Yeah, about that. We're going in. I'm not gonna turn around and leave.
A warning before you go any further.
More warnings than already have given me.
She
Okay.
will lie, she will cheat, and she will do everything in her power to stop you from slaying her. Don't believe a word she says.
Noted.
We already told you we're not playing along with your little game. It's your lies that can't be trusted. Her beauty is the only thing in the world we can believe in.
That sounds like a very spoilery statement, Gollum, just saying.
I think we've already been over this. I'm pretty sure he just likes the sound of his own voice. I do, but I also speak from the heart. My passions are too great to be stifled. They must be expressed.
Oh, this guy.
Sure, yeah, your passions are strong and all, but not everyone needs to hear them. Some things are better kept quiet. Don't pay their bickering any mind. Focus on the task ahead.
I don't think we had the smitten before. I'm trying to recall. I don't think so. I would have remembered that guy.
The interior of the cabin is clean and elegant, its stone walls draped in fine threaded tapestries, a prison befitting a royal prisoner. The only furniture of note is an ornate wooden table with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Ah, yes. A little bit of a decor change, but that's okay.
The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Ah, but you don't know me very well, apparently. You didn't say anything about the mirror on the wall.
That's because there isn't a mirror.
Oh.
There's a table, the blade sitting on the table, and the door to the basement. There's nothing else in here.
I disagree.
There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. I'm sure the princess would tell us there was a mirror if she were up here. In which case she'd be lying to you because, again, there isn't a mirror.
Why would you lie about that, though?
Exactly. Why would I lie about something so meaningless? What good would a mirror even do? That you waste time preening yourself instead of doing what needs to be done?
I'm sure the smitten guy would like to preen a little bit before going down and see the princess. Let us go preen in the mirror anyway. Yeah, this whole cabin is different than last time.
Very different.
Is it? I can't say I was paying much attention to the scenery last time.
Yes, he had eyes elsewhere.
Maybe that's because you haven't actually been here. I hope this means you'll finally drop that ridiculous past life nonsense. You haven't died, and you certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Alright, one thing quick. I need to tone down the music just a hair, because its crescendos are overpowering our narrator man.
So focus up. Stop letting yourself get distracted.
Mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here. This really isn't funny.
Wipe the mirror clean.
You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
I'm trying to look into the mirror to see how ridiculous I look right now. That's the whole point of a mirror.
But it was there a second ago.
Oh.
And now it's gone. Pity. We could have a feather out of place, and now we'll never know. We can't gallantly sweep her off her feet if we have a feather out of place.
Do we have feathers? I know we've got scales, but feathers? Alright. Nope, no blade. Basement time. We are saving this princess. I don't care how many worlds we have to destroy.
Open, revealing an intricate stairwell. Gold-trimmed carpet glimmers in the light of the torches positioned along the walls. The basement almost seems welcoming in the dim firelight. But it's still a stone basement. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favor. A soft voice carries up the stairs.
Hello? Is someone there?
Her voice. It's somehow even more beautiful than last time. I can hear wedding bells already.
Yes.
I've held my tongue till now, but you're taking this a little too far. We barely even know the princess. We can still do right by her without all this over-the-top fawning.
Yes, for everyone's sake, you're not in love. Just remember that her charms are all part of the manipulation.
So you say.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall.
Well, at least she's got her wrist back.
My love, we're here to rescue you from your unjust and foul imprisonment.
You know she can't hear you, right?
Alright. They're just the voices in my head. Got it.
She may not be able to hear my words, but surely she can hear my spirit.
This fucking guy.
Oh, your spirit's plenty loud, all right.
Keep your spirit in your pants, bud.
It's you, my dashing hero. I was so worried you wouldn't come back.
She
you
does
hear
remember
that?
me.
She said we're dashing.
And she called us a hero.
Ah, she appealed to both of the voices in my head in a mere moment.
Flattery really goes a long way with the two of you, doesn't it? Waiting for you to come back. I didn't want to believe your ravings back in the woods, but this is next to incontrovertible evidence. You've been here before.
Oh, okay. So he'll believe the princess that he wants me to kill because she's going to end the world, but he won't believe me, the supposed hero of this story. Okay, I see where your allegiances lied, narrator.
That's right, villain. And you killed us. Well, she killed us.
This is semantics.
Only because he made us try and kill her. It was self-defense. Our beloved's hands remain unstained by cruelty.
And you've died before. So an entire world has been damned to oblivion. I'd really hoped I'd be the first, but what's done is done. What matters is you have a chance to do it right this time.
Yeah, about that.
Now, hold on. If she actually ended a world, are you sure we want to do this? Are you sure we want to rescue her? We never saw a world end, and now I'm even more certain that we must chase our heroic and romantic destiny than I've ever been. I shan't let anyone convince us otherwise. Are you listening to him? He's lost it. Don't let him distract you. Just do your job.
But he's very distracting. Alright. What happened after I died? Yes, please do tell me.
You died, and now we're talking.
Oh, that's something. Alright. Why did you kill me?
I'm sorry. Didn't you want me to?
What a curious thing to say.
Did we?
We warned her of the cruel forces seizing our body. That's practically telling her to kill us. She is our beloved, and she made the choice to free us of our misery, to show us mercy and make the best decision for everyone.
She made the best decision for her. Don't be so quick to assign kindness. You're just opening yourself up to manipulation.
It does make me wonder how many different branching paths there may be. Because I know that they said at the very beginning that there's no wrong answer, which is fair because we're very clearly still progressing. But like, if I had slayed her immediately, or at least attempted to, would things have gone wonky and gone a different direction? I'm very, very curious. Not sure how curious I am to go back and try it, but still. But yes, I am very easily manipulated, so yeah. Before we started talking right now, like in between the moment of you killing me and now we're talking, did you, by chance, end the world?
I don't know. Was I supposed to have ended the world? Would that have made you happy?
No, just asking. For clarification's sake.
Isn't that just like our darling princess? She wants to make us happy. My heart melts further with every word that passes through her beautiful lips.
Are you listening to her? That's a confession.
That didn't sound like a confession. That sounded like a... That sounded like a very curious evasion of the answer of the question, but... No, I didn't really want it to end.
Then I didn't end the world.
Great. That clears it up.
See? She didn't confess anything. She is innocence itself.
I'm not so sure.
So the hero is concerned. The smitten is obviously not so concerned. You know what? Full truthiness here. I am terribly sorry what happened. The voice in my head tried to kill you.
If another version of me was pushed to such drastic action, it was for good reason.
That's okay. You were just doing your best, and that's all that matters.
Aw.
She took that in stride. To a surprising extent. An almost unsettling extent, actually.
Yeah, I mean, there's been some unsettling things, you know, like her gnawing off her own arm without any sense of pain whatsoever.
That's because she's perfect.
Do you think she has someone like him telling her what to do? She doesn't. There's no one else like me.
Except that other guy in the other world.
I think he's right, because I like it better if she doesn't have some horrid little voice like him, always trying to drive her to violence.
Okay, so I didn't bring a knife. Do I have to cut you out again?
I'm okay with whatever you come up with. You can cut my arm off again.
Okay, so that brings up a couple questions. First off, how did you get it back? So that there isn't again to cut off.
We won't be laying a finger on her perfect wrists, and indeed, we won't even have to. Do you see how dainty her hands are? We'll be able to slip her right out with no harm done.
What? No, she's a prisoner here. You can't just slip her hand through the chains. Why are you two arguing over the logistics of slipping her hand out of her shackles? She just said she'd be okay with any idea we came up with. Am I the only one here who thinks that's weird?
Oh no, that's weird.
She
not
didn't care last time.
weird enough
Why
to
should
stop
she
me.
care this time? That's our stoic, smiling angel.
No, you're right. It's extremely bizarre behavior and further evidence that she's a monster who's not to be trusted. So go ahead and slay her.
I am curious if there is like some sort of map path of the whole conversation tree in this game to look up later, just to see what types of paths are available. Alright, we're rescuing the princess.
No, I can't let you do that. If you take another step towards the princess, You'll what? Take over our body and force us to try and kill her?
Yeah?
I would if you had a weapon. Not on my watch, villain. My passions contain titanic depths, and if you try anything that might harm our dearest, I will end our life without a second thought. You wouldn't. I would. I'd listen to him if I were you. He has a lot of strong feelings. And doesn't the world end if we don't stop her? You approach the princess and gingerly slide her hand from her bindings. That shouldn't have worked. I'll be damned. We're doomed.
Very, very strict security we've got going around here.
I can't believe it. I guess I have to.
Where you going, Gizmo?
I told you, there's no life more worth living than that of a true believer.
I'm free, and you're not trying to kill me this time.
Yay.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yay.
The princess jumps up and smothers you in a joyful embrace. Ugh. If only you had a weapon, one slip of the wrist and your pristine blade would be buried in her back and everyone out there would be saved. Luckily for Mr. Romance, we don't have a weapon.
I mean, they have pointed out numerous times that we have a whole handful of pointy things. So I feel like we have a weapon, if necessary.
Who needs a weapon when we have the power of love on our side?
That's the spirit.
What do we do now?
Go live a happy life and don't end the world, perhaps. What do you want to do?
Let me guess. End the world? Spoken with the rank cynicism of someone who has never felt love in his heart.
I don't actually know. Nobody's ever asked me what I wanted before.
That was very rude of them.
She doesn't even know what she wants. You may have had her all wrong. What if this whole thing is just a misunderstanding? What if she doesn't want to end the world? You're so gullible. Is the only thing you've ever doubted the actual truth?
Well, you haven't told me the actual truth, so screw you, Mr. Narrator Man.
I think I want to leave. And I think...
Yes?
The princess closes her eyes in deep reflection.
Yes?
And then she shrugs.
I don't know. What do you want to do?
Oh, God. I want you to tell me what you want. I can't tell you how many times I've had this conversation before. I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do? I don't know, what do you want to do?
I just want to make you happy.
She can't just want to make us happy.
The edges have darkened and the music has gotten ominous. Slightly concerning.
It makes sense to me. That's all I want for her, so of course she'd want the same for us.
Okay. But what would make you happy?
I just want to make you happy.
Oh, her eyes have gotten bigger. She has animated 3 times over.
Is she broken? What's going on? What's going on is she's lying to you, only she isn't a good liar. Are you starting to trust me now?
Can we make her eyes bigger? There must be something you want.
I just want to make you happy.
She lost her anime budget a little bit. Okay.
This isn't right. I don't know what's going on, but this isn't right. I fail to see the problem here. She's just sweet on us. You don't have to act like it's a big deal.
You have to want something more than just making me happy.
Okay, I'll find something else to want if that makes you happy.
Sure.
Is it just me, or does it feel like we're alone right now? Like we're the only ones here?
She's gone extra anime. Oh. She black holed herself out of existence with force of arms. You don't get the chance to ask another question. Something has taken her away, and it left something else in her place.
No. She was our perfect match. She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And is that a mirror? Why is it here? Why now?
Narrator man, are you going to acknowledge the mirror finally? The narrator is gone.
He is. Does that mean the world ended?
Maybe.
A villain vanquished.
I don't know where she went, and I don't know how we'd even go about looking for her.
You're right. She's gone. It's just us and that awful thing.
I can't believe she was taken away from us.
Oh no.
I think I'm supposed to look at the mirror.
There's something dreadful about it. I don't think you should.
I don't think I have a
Yes.
choice.
I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right?
Yes. Approach the mirror.
I'm begging you, don't do this.
It's too late. Ignore him. You approach the mirror. Gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. It's you. You are alone in a place that is empty. It is quiet here. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach her.
Something finds me in the long quiet and brings me the gift of a fragile vessel.
What are you exactly?
I am solitary lights in an empty city. What are you?
I'm a guy with claws for hands. I don't know you. I don't know. What am I?
I think that you are like me.
Oh, really?
We are oceans, reduced to shallow creeks.
Curious. The gift of a fragile vessel, you say?
Yes. Nerves and fibers to feel the worlds beyond. Perspectives to make my own. This one is soft and delicate. You molded her to love you, and she'll make for a gentle heart.
That's a good thing, right?
Do not mourn her. She has served her purpose.
That didn't answer much, but is this the end of the world?
How can the world have ended if we are talking?
Fair point. Do you know the narrator?
You are the only thing I have ever known. The space we're in is vacant. Nothing comes here but us.
All right. Are you the princess?
She is part of me, and part of me is her.
Okay. Vague, but okay. Were you always the princess, or were you just making her a part of yourself?
You speak in circles. Does it matter where one thing begins and another ends?
Do we know each other?
You are familiar, but you are not me. I feel sadness, longing, hope as I witness you.
Okay. Do you know about the other worlds beyond this place?
I know only that they are.
Again, vague, but alright. Are you what sent me to slay the princess? are you what trapped me here?
I have only just now stirred to consciousness. I could not have trapped you here, and I too yearn to be free.
Well, then let's do something about that. Can you let her out of there?
I'm sorry. There are some changes that can never be undone. There are some tears that can never be unshed. This is not a place that can hold a fragment of a concept. The moment she arrived here, she was going to return to me.
Again with the vagaries, but that was at least a more worded vagary.
I promise that it doesn't hurt.
Well, that's something at least. So what happens now?
Nothing, as we are. But I know that there are worlds beyond us, and that we are meant to reach them. There is no exit, but this vessel is a creature of perception. She can make you forget, if only you believe her to be able to.
Okay.
Bring me more perspectives, so that I may be whole, and perhaps then we will know our freedom.
Okay. How many more pieces of you do I have to find?
More than you have found, but less than there are to find.
Okay. So
am
not
infinite.
100%. Got it.
The rest will find their own way home.
Cool. Aren't you scared I will find a way to kill you?
I have not lived. I am not afraid to die.
That's good. How much will I forget?
Everything. Until we meet again.
Okie dokie. And what if I don't let you?
Then we will be here forever, as we are now. Unfinished. Dry. Hollow.
Huh. Okay. I was sent to slay the princess to stop her from destroying the world. If I help you, is that what you're going to do?
You ask of things that cannot be done. To destroy is merely to reshape, to remold.
Okay. You're being semantic. What are you going to do if I help you?
How can I know? I am flickers in something sprawling and unilluminated.
Again with the vagaries, lady. Alright, fine. I'm not going back.
If you need time, then I'll wait with you.
At least she's polite about it. Wait forever.
You are as I am now, and forever is a long time to remain undone.
Indeed.
I am not you, but I know that I would return before forever was finished. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping?
I don't know, forever's a long time. A lot can happen.
If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage?
Yes.
You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
Wait, hold up. You'll always come back to the box. And then she offered for me to return to her box. Ma'am, keep it PG. Oh. Okay. She'll be waiting for me to return when I'm ready. Yep. All right. That's kind of expected something like that to happen.
You have returned to me.
Hi.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
I wonder if this statement would be different. No, not game crash. Game just ended. As in, I told her I would wait forever, and she's like, okay, fine, come back when you're ready. And then it closed the game. So I've come back when I am ready. I'm curious, though, if she said you were gone mere moments. If I had chosen to leave and not come back to this game for a while, if she would say something else. But unfortunately, I don't have an insight into that. Yes, I have returned. Alright, fine. Fine, apparently I only have one option. Make me forget.
She asks that I tell you to remember her.
Oh, well, that's delightful. She remembered me. Mr. Smitten would be so happy to hear that.
You won't.
Oh, fuck. Everything goes dark and you die. Chapter 1. The Hero and the Princess.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
Alright, so I now understand, and I even just got an achievement telling me I understand. Literally the achievement is the real Slay the Princess starts here. You'll know it when you see it. And I do indeed know it now that I see it. So we got a couple achievements. There's achievements. There we go. So we got an achievement for "And They Lived Happily Ever After." We got an achievement for "The Body," which is when I stared into the mirror. An achievement for "I Never Left Your Side," an attempt to outwait your destiny, which was waiting the game forever and then letting it closed. An idealized vessel, bring the deconstructed damsel to her. So that was going through the path to break her brain until she kept saying, I don't know, what do you want to do? What do you want to do? And then the achievement for the real Slay the Princess starts here. So it looks like, since it says I will know it when I see it, it looks like our goal then is to go through as many different paths as possible to bring to the multi-armed goddess in the void to help complete her.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, about that, bud. I also question how many of these I need to ask each time. Probably not many. But there are many I did not ask before. Or rather, I've done all the explore questions. So let's go full-on murder princess this time. Sweet, I've always wanted to off a monarch. Viva la revolution!
That's the spirit. You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
So then my earlier question of, I wonder what other paths there are to take.
We're not going to go through with this, right? She's a princess. We're supposed to save princesses, not slay them. Ignore him. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
Kevin. Alright, we're going straight up murder hobo.
The interior of the blade is...
Shut up. Blade.
You take the blade.
Shut up. I suppose I shouldn't tell him to shut up in a new path, so we're not going to tell him to shut up anymore. You take the blade from the table, it'd be rather difficult to slay the princess and save the world without it. So now we're going in.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below.
Okay,
Her
we are going to
voice
skip through stuff that
carries
we've
up the
done
stairs.
before.
Who's there?
Oh. She got a little more seductive sounding.
She sounds dangerous. It's almost as if she's the one in charge down here.
Don't let it fool you. It's all part of the manipulation.
I think I'm here to kill you.
Oh, are you now? Why don't you come down and let me take a look at you?
Yes, let's.
Great job. You gave away the element of surprise. Good luck, hero.
Okay, maybe I didn't go all
Walk
murder hobo.
downstairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist, binding her to the far wall of the basement.
She's so coldly beautiful. Is she really a threat to the world?
Focus on the task at hand.
You weren't kidding when you said you were here to kill me.
Yes, hi, hello. 'Tis me, the murder hobo. Let's just do this.
You step forward, your grip on the blade tightening as you steel your resolve.
Oh? No talking then? Fine. What even makes you think you can kill me?
The voice in my head says so.
I'm probably chained up in this basement for a reason, right? And if that knife is the only weapon you have, you'll have to get close enough to use it.
So it is an interesting prospect that the princess has changed based on my intentions coming down. Come down without a weapon and she's all bubbly and like innocent and stuff. Come down with a weapon and she's like, so, bitch, bring it.
So, you should just drop it. Best not to risk finding out what I can do.
She's unarmed. If you hesitate now, it'll be too late. End this.
So, slay the princess.
You lunge forward without a moment's hesitation. You feel flesh easily give way and look down to see your blade already sinking deep into her heart.
Oh, we do have feathers. I didn't notice that before. I mean, I noticed the talons and the claws and whatnot, but I didn't notice the feathers. I don't know why I didn't notice the feathers. They've been mentioned multiple times.
Oh,
Oh, I'm dead. Blah.
this is it, isn't it? I'm
Blah.
almost embarrassed. I should have seen that coming. But I have to wonder, do you actually believe this was enough to kill me?
Kinda had hoped.
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, even as she lays there dying, she entirely believes herself to be alive and well. But it's over, isn't it? She stopped breathing moments ago, that arrogant look still plastered on her face. But is it over? Really over?
Probably not. I feel like she has a trick up her sleeve.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there.
Also, her sleeves aren't very big. Her sleeves go from here to here. She's got exposed shoulder, she's got exposed arm. She doesn't have much sleeve to hide things upon.
We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse?
Yeah, about that.
I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us?
There's always something he's not telling us.
I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
Alright, let's get out of here.
Yes, exactly. It's over. With your work done, you make your way back up the stairs, closing the door to the basement behind you. Why do I feel like we've done something terrible? You did kill someone.
Yep.
Greater good or not, something would be very wrong with you if you didn't feel at least a little bad. But it was for the greater good. One of these days that will sink in and help ease your guilty conscience.
Once again, would be a whole lot easier if you just tell me what's up.
But that day isn't today. Let's just get out of here. You open the cabin door, ready to return to a world saved from certain doom. Only, a world saved from certain doom isn't what you find. Instead, what you find is nothing at all. Where a lush forest stood mere minutes ago, the only thing in front of you now is the vast emptiness of some place far away. What happened? Everyone is fine. It's just that you and the cabin are now far away from them. Don't worry. You'll be safe here. This is good. Everyone is happy. You'll be happy.
I was kind of hoping I'd get a better ending for saving the world.
This isn't an ending. In fact, now that the princess has been slain, endings are a thing of the past. No. This is the beginning of eternity. Your reward. This is what's best for everyone. Trust me.
So, if this is Narrator Man doing this, fine. My initial proposal would have been ideal. I don't slay the princess. I go down there, unchain her. We live a happy life in the cabin. She never needs to leave the cabin. He specifically said she only needs to leave the cabin to end the world. So we just have a happy life in the cabin. Clearly he's able to enforce that by dropping me into a void world. So why not just drop us both into a void world and we can have a funny happy end?
Time passes. You can't be sure if it's days or months or years or even decades. It's all a wonderful, boring blur. You've never been happier.
Oh, at least I'm happy.
Psst. Hey, we're not just gonna stay here forever, right?
That's what the man says. Didn't you hear him? I'm happy.
Are we really
We're
happy?
happy.
Or is he just telling us that we are?
But he's the narrator. He narrates the world. He tells it how it is. No, totally happy. Okay, maybe I'm not happy, and I'm not just saying that because you're the last person I talked to. No, happy.
Really?
Totally
Well,
happy.
if you ever change your mind, just let me know, I guess.
Very happy.
More happy time passes, though the word begins to lose its meaning. Time, that is, not happy. Happy still has plenty of meaning. Please, shake yourself out of it. We have to get out of here. The little voices, please, fall on deaf ears. Eventually you
Happy.
pass into a blissful state of pure existence. Though words like eventually and pass ceased to have any meaning to you long before that shift, you simply exist. Happy
Happy.
forever.
Happy. Good ending. You did it. You saved
You
everyone.
are already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh. There's no going back now, past the point of no return. Interesting that she said something. I have already committed to her completion, so would that have gone differently if I did this one first? Or did this one just not count towards her completion? I don't know. I don't know exactly. I clearly I didn't bring her a piece of herself. So I'm assuming this one does not count towards herself. Alright, maybe I'm not happy. And I'm not saying that because you're the last person I talked to.
Because I have an idea to get us out of here, though you're probably not going to like it. The blade. We can use the blade to get out of this. I can hear everything you say, little voice. There's only one thing it would want you to use that blade on, and I'm afraid that thing is you, dear hero.
Mm-hmm.
He's right. It's the only way out. Do you hear that? It wants to take this happiness away from you. It wants this wonderful place to end.
True. We're happy.
Do you not? There's more for us to do, and the only way for us to do it is to take that blade and use it.
But happy.
Don't you dare.
Wouldn't using the blade, kill us? Wouldn't we be dead?
How astute. You are absolutely correct. Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you, and you shouldn't do it.
Using the blade to kill yourself would kill you. That reminds me of the anime line. If you are killed, then you are dead.
In a sense, we die, but looking at things from another angle, are we even really alive anymore? This place, it's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. It's just the same thing, constantly, forever. I know this is out there, but trust me, I know using the blade will work.
So, wouldn't the princess come back alive if we pull the blade out?
That little voice didn't want you to slay the princess. It didn't want you to be happy.
You better be right about this. I'd be pretty upset if we die.
If we die, you can yell at me all you want. I made this happy little place for you. Is this not a good enough reward for saving the world? An eternity of bliss? You ingrate? Fine. Whatever. For the first time since time stopped meaning anything, you throw open the door to the basement and walk down the stairs. The princess's body is dust and bones.
Very dead.
Though the blade you used to slay her is still as pristine as the day you first held it.
Okay, very dead. Yep.
You pick up the blade, you stab yourself, and you die.
Oh. Right.
The end. Nice knowing you.
Blah. Chapter 2. The Spectre.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
So, here we are back at it again. So the hand-drawn, multicolored ending was one of the bad endings. Got it.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Yeah, about that, sir. We've already done this dance. Oh, you bastard. You're in for it now. I'm wise to your tricks.
My tricks? What on earth are you talking about? We've just met for the first time. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. That's fine. It wasn't very hard to kill her last time. We'll just do it again.
So we do have a different voice in Chapter 2 for whichever path we took. Because, yeah, I didn't have the smitten before. I didn't have the cold before. Who the hell did I have last time in the demo? I don't recall. Because I remember the hero and then I remember the second voice, but I don't remember who it was. But either way, we've got the cold.
Well, if for whatever reason you're going to insist that this has happened before, at least your heart's in the right place.
Alright. We've already done this one. So let's go home.
Oh. Do you think there's something else out there? Alright. Let's see what we can find. It's bound to be more interesting than doing the same thing over again. Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
I don't know where I am now, so that shouldn't be any different. Do I even know where I'm going? Nope.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after all.
I disagree.
Oh, how quaint. He really wants us to go in there, doesn't he?
He does indeed. Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
Yeah, been there, done that. I've already died forever. It wasn't great.
Fine. You turn around and trek back down the path you came.
Wait, something isn't right. Can you still hear me? You're supposed to wind up back at the cabin again. Everything is getting...
Oh. Everything got fuzzy.
What's going on? Where are we?
Ah, the cold and voice of the embrace of the void again. Lovely.
I don't know. But it feels like... home.
Ah. The world around you is unwound, its physical matter replaced by a textured nothing. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Memory returns. There's a distant rumbling, the sound of many sounds. Undulations pulse louder as something other comes close. You already know what dwells in the empty spaces. Hands. Oh, that was not the correct button. Feelers probe across the fabric of reality. extremities find your consciousness and wrap themselves around it, you are no longer alone. Confusion. Why are you here? I am unfinished. Resistance. Fingers drag claws across the glass surface of your soul. Frustration. This vessel is full of you. It is useless to us if it doesn't bring more gifts. Force pushing against your will. No, you cannot go back. Not there. Regret. This world is broken beyond repair. We must weave something anew. A wagging finger. There is only so much thread in this place. Do not waste it. I am our only salvation.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. And in the basement of that cabin is a princess.
I have slain the princess, Deimos. Yes. At least once. Having a hard time remembering if I have slayed her multiple times before.
You're here to slay her. If you don't, it will be the end of the world.
Indeed. Alright. So, sir. I'm curious how many branching paths there are. So, like, for example, I did chapter 1, murdered the princess, and then in chapter 2, I walked away. I did get an achievement for that one, which is denial, return to your destined path, or face the consequences. There's 97 fucking achievements? Alright, we're on a journey. We're on a journey. So if I murder the princess again and get to chapter 2, and then bring the voice of the cold into the cabin to do something else, then something else will happen?
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within.
Also, the button that I accidentally pushed.
The interior blade.
Shut up. This button. We have saves. We also have history. I have not saved once yet. Probably should do that. Automatic saves, quick saves. So I am not great at making saves for branching paths. I've never really done it before. I've always saved a lot, but I rarely ever go back to a save to try a different path other than in a stealth game, for example. I'll do a quick run to go, loud murder everything and then go back and reload and do a proper stealth run or something like that. But I've never really done like branching path quick save situations in like a branching visual novel like this. So forgive me if I don't know how to do this correctly. I'm still not going to save all that much, but we're going down. We're gonna murder the princess.
The daughter, her voice.
Who's there?
She sounds. Don't let it.
Shush.
Good. You're still listening to reason.
We're gonna do this completely silently.
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's so coldly beautiful. Focus on the task at hand.
And there you are. Are you here to kill me or something?
You step forward.
Oh? No, I'm probably chained up. So, you should.
She's unarmed. You lunge forward without. You feel flesh.
Oh.
I like that response. One of the best possible responses to killing someone. Oh.
This is it, isn't it? I'm almost. Do you actually believe this?
It's like she's convinced she can't die. Yes, but it's over. But is it over?
It's over. Oh. I don't have this choice. Interesting. Interesting. But why don't I have that choice? Is it just because that is a path I've already done? Or has something else changed? It's a prevention from going down a path I've already taken. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Well then, she might have a trick up her sleeve.
It's over. You could check her sleeves if you want, but I can assure you that there's nothing hidden up there. We should make sure. What's the harm in checking for a pulse? I really don't think you should do that. And why shouldn't we? Is there something you're not telling us? I've told you everything that's happened with complete accuracy. The princess is dead. Your blade pierced her heart. There's no coming back from that.
So this is the question. That's why I was confused at first, because this is the one that I chose before to just walk away because she's dead. But also the previous option of course she's dead, just walk away, was also leading to the same path. Got it. All right, so let's check for a pulse.
You lean down and place your hand against her neck, holding your breath as you search for a pulse, even though you know you're not going to find one. We definitely won't if you keep talking. I'm sorry, do you want her to be alive? You just saved the entire world from annihilation. Why are you suddenly trying to call that into question? Wait, what was that? You know what that was. That was the sound of a heartbeat, followed by another, and another.
I guess I won't be dying alone after all.
Hi. Ow.
Something sharp digs into your side, the shock of it sending your nerves into a pained frenzy.
Quick, let's get out of here.
Ow.
It's too late for that now. You collapse to the ground as the mortally wounded princess twists a blade of her own deeper between your ribs. As you fall, she falls with you, exhausted by the effort, the little life that was left in her eyes fading rapidly.
An eye for an eye. A life for a life. I guess we're even now. See you around.
That's ominous.
You were so close. Why did you hesitate? It doesn't matter. At least you managed to take her with you.
I mean, I technically saved the world.
For whatever that's worth.
Technically saved the world?
Everything goes dark, and you die.
Chapter 2. The Razor.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cabin. You're here to slay her.
Alright. Yep, definitely deja vu. Okay, no.
Oh, don't you start grandstanding about morals. The fate of the world is at risk right now, and the life of a mere princess shouldn't stop you from saving us all. If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe
This whole thing's a crock of shit. She's just going to pull a knife out of nowhere and stab us again.
So now we have the voice of the cheated.
stabbed to death. Well, you won't have to worry about that. The princess is unarmed.
See? The narrator doesn't always tell the truth. If he did, then he wouldn't be able to say that she is unarmed.
Yeah, that's exactly what you told us last time. You said this whole thing would be easy, but after we sank our blade into her heart, she just got up and started stabbing us.
Calm down. I assure you she has no weapons, so there's no reason to fear her. You were made for this job. You'll do just fine.
Alright, so out of curiosity, before we go any further, I always look up how long does it take to beat games. And I'm curious. So this lists 3.5 hours on this site, which is typically just people who have played the game and have reported how long it took for them to beat it. But very crucially, there is no completionist time listed. There usually is, which covers 100% type information. So no one has reported to this website playing this game to completion and how long it actually took them. So just saying, this might be a while. Alright, so interestingly enough though, I do have an option to turn around and leave, but let's go into the cabin.
A warning before you go any further.
Yes.
She will lie, she will cheat.
Yep.
Couldn't be more on the money. But we're really doing this, aren't we?
I'd say you're lost, but I'm stuck here with you.
So, that is an interesting question, though, because the voice of the cold... I didn't get a chance to bring the voice of the cold into the cabin. And since the game prevents you from duplicating paths, I don't think I have an option to bring him back again. To bring him into the cabin to see how his voice would be different in the cabin. So that's a little bit sad.
We know what to look out for this time. We know to be careful. Just stay focused and you'll be fine. The interior of the cabin is a jagged mess of warped wood and broken boards, their splintered edges as uninviting as shattered glass. The only furniture of note is a pointed table with a pristine blade perched on its edge. The blade is your implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
Alright. Mirror.
You walk up to the wall next to the basement door. It's a wall. There isn't... What are you talking about? This isn't a wall. It's a mirror. Or at least it'll be a mirror once we wipe off that layer of grime. You reach forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now.
Okay,
But
that's
there
fair.
was a mirror a second. Now it's gone. Yet another thing in here playing tricks on us. I hate this place.
Alright. So. Let's do another blade.
You take the blade from the table. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon. It feels a bit better to have a weapon in our hands. Let's make her earn for what she's done to us. The door to the basement creaks open, revealing what must once have been stairs. The fractured slats look as if they've been torn from their source and violently jammed into the wall. The air seeping up from below has an almost metallic quality to it, like the smell of fresh blood. And you can hear what sounds like the rhythmic scraping of metal coming from down below. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. That's right, scraping. I told you she has something, I told you. That sound could be anything. It's probably just her chains dragging across the floor. I am begging you to get out of your head. Her grating voice carries up the stairs.
I hope you've come to rescue me. I've been stuck down here forever.
There is something so wrong with that voice.
At least he's not smitten by the voice this time.
Yeah, she thinks she's better than us, like she doesn't even have to put on an act this time.
I feel like I missed the voice of the cold. I wonder if there's a way to get back to that one. Because I feel like we should have the option to bring the voice of the cold down here, because it also appears to impact her voice. And her behaviors. So I wonder if there's a way to bring the cold back down here.
As you descend the final step, the form of the princess comes into view, her sharp eyes following you from across the room. I wonder if she remembers us.
Finally, somebody! Quick, get me out of these chains. We're not safe here.
Come on now, we're not falling for that, are we? She's trying to trick us, but she can't hide that threatening edge to her voice. She just wants us to get close, to let our guard down.
She is hiding something behind her back.
If she sounds threatening, it's because her mask is already slipping. She knows why you're here. You are armed, after all.
What are you waiting for? You are here to rescue me, right?
Well, I ran out of juice. Alright. So that's a lot of dialogue options for her. So many options. So many options. If I come close to you, you're just gonna stab me, aren't you?
What? No! No! I wouldn't stab you. I am just a sweet, innocent princess trapped here for no reason. And you are a brave knight who's supposed to walk up to not stabbing distance to help me.
I have absolutely zero doubts that she is going to stab us if we get close to her.
She certainly feels threatening.
Just because she's acting like she's going to stab you doesn't mean she has the means to actually do it.
Narrator man, are you now indicating
But you know who is armed?
that
You. So stop second guessing yourself and do your job.
this
But
man?
I'm nervous. All the more reason to jump into the deep end and deal with her right now before you waste any more time getting stuck in your head.
Alright. Do you remember what happened last time?
Last time? If somebody came into my house and stabbed me to death and then I killed him, surely I would remember that.
Yes. Surely.
But I don't remember it, so it must not have happened.
Definitely not.
Last time? What are you talking about? Ugh, it's like the two of you are working together on this. Aren't you listening to her? She's obviously lying through her teeth.
I'm terrible at spotting lies, and even I can tell something's up here. We can't be the only ones that looped back to the start. Someone else has to remember, right?
Yes, something is obviously up, and we can all tell that she's lying. The thing she's lying about is how dangerous she is, not dimension hopping or time travel or whatever it is you think you're doing.
But that's exactly what happened. So you do remember it.
Would I just lie? Would I just lie to your face and tell you a thing I remembered happening didn't happen just so I could stab you again?
There's that again part. Yes.
I mean, just so I could stab you for the first time.
Aha! She slipped up there. She said again, and her taking it back doesn't count. Do you hear how deranged you sound right now? Please stop dawdling. This is only going to end with violence. Postponing the inevitable is only going to make it worse for you when it actually happens.
Oh. There's so many dialogue options. So many. So many. I mean, I think we need to commit to killing her this time around. I'd like to trust you, but you're being so suspicious right now.
That's so rude of you, passing judgments on strangers you've never met just because they're different from you. How would you like it if I did that, huh?
About as much as I like getting stabbed.
Silly little bird-face thinks he's so serious coming down here but doesn't know anything. Thinks he can tell me to get rid of all the knives I don't even have while he gets to wave one around right in front of me. I bet you didn't like that, did you? I bet you didn't like being judged for no reason.
No, that was spot on. Very accurate.
How many more times does she have to vaguely threaten you before you finally decide you're ready to deal with her?
Several.
We're clearly still figuring out our angle. We don't have the luxury of watching this from a distance. Oh, I'm sorry, do you think I'm in a position of luxury right now?
You're acting like you are.
My entire world is at risk. Then maybe you should behave with a little more humility. A bit of self-deprecation would go a long way. No, I have my dignity. Fine, and will continue to treat you exactly how you deserve to be treated.
Wow. Nice. Can we just talk things through?
But we don't have anything to talk through. We're strangers and this place is cramped and annoying and you should just come over here and let me out.
I think I've said my piece at this point.
I think you have indeed.
I think we all have. But if you want to keep exhausting your questions, it beats getting stabbed to death.
I do appreciate this line right here. Basically saying just make up your goddamn mind already. You don't necessarily need to go through all of the questions. Alright. What if we're both honest with each other? I was sent here to stop you from ending the world, and you killed me the last time after coming back from being stabbed in the heart.
That doesn't sound like me. Okay, I'm bored now.
Okay, good.
She's bored? That's absurd. She doesn't get to be bored. Not in a way that matters. She's a prisoner. She's...
Oh.
Shit. In a sudden burst of movement, the princess leaps towards you, a blade erupting from her free arm,
I see.
her wrist limp and empty from the violent expulsion. Huh. So I guess she did have a knife of her own after all.
You're supposed to know these things,
How
sir.
conciliatory of you. We appreciate it, really. Now what are we going to do? At least we're safe here. She's still in chains. And those chains stop her from continuing her advance, at least for a moment.
Oh, the limp, dangly hand sleeve is very disconcerting.
She looks down at them with something between annoyance and confusion.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
And then she
Uh-oh.
slices through her arm.
Okay, maybe we aren't safe here.
She doesn't even hesitate before darting towards you with a terrifying speed you can't hope to outpace. Ah, shit. Okay, she's down an arm and we still have a weapon. I guess we'll have to use it. And use it you do. But unfortunately for you, and for the entire world, you are horribly outmatched. You keep pace with her for a single brief and wordless exchange before she severs your hand and, with it, your only line of defense.
But I needed that.
She's much better at this than she was last time.
Yeah, it's unreal. Bloody cheater.
Okay, so I do need to point this out. My cursor. So the cursor has been changing based on the conditions. When I went in here the first time, it was just the pointer claw. When I went in here the second time, it was the hand with the blade in it. And this time, after being disarmed, the pointer claw without a blade in it has changed sides to indicate it's the other hand that I'm pointing with. Because previously it was the other direction, indicating the right-handedness. And now that the right hand's been sliced off, we are now pointing with our left hand. That is a cute little Easter egg type element. I like it.
I'm going to kill you now.
Oh, okay.
With a squelch,
Thanks.
she does just that. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Great. I died. Oh, chapter 3. The arms race.
You're on a path in the woods.
No, fuck that. If we're gonna have to keep doing this over and over and over again, we're not starting in that goddamn woods every time. We're starting in the fucking cabin.
He's a little bit angry.
You're what? The interior of the cabin is sharp, a constricting mess of curved and battered sheet metal pushing you towards... Wait, excuse me? What just happened? What did you just do?
Oh. Did we mindfuck the narrator?
I feel dizzy.
Ho 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 ho! I guess I took us to the cabin, didn't I? Isn't that interesting? Who holds the cards now?
That is interesting indeed.
Nobody. Nobody holds the cards. That's how it's always been. That's unfortunately how reality works. The circle's getting smaller and smaller. Running isn't an option anymore. We have to fight.
The voice of the hunted.
What's the point of fighting if she's just going to win every time? It hurts being sliced to pieces. We're better off just sitting up here and doing nothing.
And the voice of the broken.
Great. So obviously you've already been here. How many times?
Several. Actually, it's only been like 3. Okay. To the cabin, we've been here like 10 times at this point. But whatever. Yes, don't piss off the cheater. He has powers of narration.
This is our third?
Third? Question mark?
No wonder things have fallen apart. You do realize that every time you fail, she escapes and an entire world is damned to destruction, right?
It's fine. Got plenty of worlds,
That's
apparently.
too much responsibility.
I couldn't agree more. We couldn't be trusted with the fate of a single person, let alone the fate of the world.
Let's just stay focused, shall we? The only furniture of note is a bent metal table. A pristine blade perched.
We take it.
Okay,
Oh,
sure,
okay.
you take the blade before letting me finish telling you it's there. It will be difficult to slay the princess and save the world without a weapon.
I like this cheater. Or cheated, sorry. Cheater, cheated, about the same at this point. Narrator is probably not going to acknowledge the mirror this time, but it appears to be our only path forward.
This feels right. We just have to keep our senses sharp.
That's right, we've got to be able to win
See,
eventually.
we got the blade hand this time.
And what if we never do?
Don't be like that. I know things are hard right now, but we gotta stay positive. If they're confident, then I'm confident. So, are you just going to stand there, or are you going to head to the basement like you're supposed to?
Are you going to narrate where that basement is? Perhaps? Like through the mirror or something?
I'd love to get started just as much as you would, but how are we supposed to get down there? You walk through the door. You do know what doors are, right? But there isn't a door, it's just that mirror again. There isn't a mirror. You really messed things up, didn't you? It's like you can't even see reality anymore.
I can feel the air coming up from behind it, stinking of iron and steel. He might be right. Could be a trick. If our other senses can't feel it, then we can't trust it.
Approach the mirror.
Make your way to the door at the end of the room, stopping just in front of it. You really must think you're looking at a mirror. Well, it doesn't exist. Just reach forward and open it.
Let's just move it out of the way without looking. I don't want to see us. I'm sure we all look awful after dying twice.
Maybe it was good for our complexion, fresh skin and all.
Let's just fumble for the handle and be done with it. I don't care what we look like. I care about getting to the end of this mess.
Wipe the mirror clean.
Reach forward and place your hand on the door to the basement. It creaks open. And the mirror's gone. How surprising.
It was never there. Just an illusion.
I feel like doing the ending I did first, with the multi-armed woman and the mirror and being able to see myself in the mirror, I feel like that has tweaked things a little bit, but I don't know for sure if it's tweaked things a little bit.
Guess it's time for us to see her again.
Because the mirror seems to be an ever-present mystery, but we have already learned the mystery of the mirror by the first run-through.
Just stay focused and you'll be fine.
Hmm.
You step forward, but you don't get a chance to linger on the basement stairs. They are smooth and flat and metallic, an unintentional and unfortunately slippery ramp that quickly sends you skittering to the bottom.
Thump, 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 thump.
Your body tumbles
Hi.
onto the basement floor and the form of the princess comes into view, standing at a distance. She gives you a wry smile.
Hello again.
Hi, it looks like you don't have a way out, so I'm not going to play dumb anymore.
Oh, okay.
But don't worry about how bad you did last time. That's part of the fun.
So are you going to start with the blade arm thing, or are we going to have a conversation first?
Fun for her, maybe. I didn't like dying all over again. Thinking about dying makes us as good as dead. The only thing that matters is survival.
Hi, Sparkle. Thank you for the bit, Sparkle.
Actually, does survival matter? We've died twice and nothing bad has come of it. We just need to find a way to win once.
That's true. He's got a point.
Nothing bad has come of it yet.
Yet.
Plenty bad has come of it. You've left at least one entire world to ruin. The people there mattered.
And the people here don't matter?
The past isn't real. There's only here and now. Your internal bickering is cut short by the wet sound of slicing meat. From the princess's arms erupt twin blades, glistening with her blood, the empty flesh of her arms flopping at her elbows like torn sleeves.
She's
The
just
chain
opening up with the blade thing. Got it.
She's loose, and she is coming for you.
Wait, if she could do that the whole time, then what was the point of chaining her up down here?
You're going to make me walk over to you, aren't you?
What, now you're being lazy?
Shit. She's coming for us, and I'm out of ideas.
Alright. Pause for a moment to do a stretch. Always good to limber up before a battle. So, none of these options lead to a path I haven't done before. All of these ideas suck. Think up something better. Hold up. So, we're fighting her, obviously. Going to appeal to her authority, puff her up a bit, talk out of it. Going to try flirting with her. Or she has swords for arms and we don't. We are panicking. We're going to fight her, have a stiff upper lip about it. She can't hurt us if we don't let ourselves feel it. She wins by killing us, right? So let's beat her to it. I kind of like this one, just because all of these ideas suck.
Yeah, that's right, we just have to think. There's probably an answer if we think.
Just standing there, huh? A bold strategy.
A bold strategy indeed.
You don't have time to finish your thought. In a moment, she's across the room, blades flashing in the dim starlight.
And arm sleeves flippy flapping in the distance.
She skewers you.
Ow. Right.
Ow.
Ow.
What a surprise. Yeah, we don't even get a second to think without her stabbing us.
Oh, we've got the voice of the skeptic now.
Oh, a new one of us. I thought that only happens when we die. Did we die? You're on a... No, you're in a... Where the hell are you?
Oh, hi. Welcome back, narrator. I see you've missed part of the story.
I think we're dead. And that's all we'll ever be. Dead, 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 dead.
Stop saying dead, all of you. We might have died a second ago, but right now we're extremely not dead. This is all horribly wrong. How many times have you been here?
Lots.
This is 4. No wonder everything's such a mess. This wasn't supposed to go past 1.
I wonder what you're going to do next. You're so full of ideas, and I love that.
That was delivered like a mid-tier corporate manager in a meeting. I loved it.
But I guess we don't have time to talk about things before the princess advances. Okay, whatever we do gets us another us. Let's see how many we can stack. There's got to be a point where it makes us better than her. As long as we keep moving.
Oh, great. So it's going to get even more crowded. Even more deluded voices that think we might stand any kind of chance.
Come on, show me something new.
Alright, fine.
Okay, plan. Now.
I'll just get stabbed repeatedly until you create enough voices in my head to overpower you. Huh? Ow. Alright, we flirt with her. It doesn't work and she kills you again. And again. And again. Your memory blurs as your consciousness leaps from life to life to life, holding only snippets of the conflict that transpires.
Compliment her on those gleaming blades.
We brought the
There's
smitten
nothing
back.
better than a capable woman. She skewers you.
Ow.
You're cute.
Thanks.
Well, there's more of us. Let's see if that helps. We just have to hit her harder.
Voice of the stubborn.
She skewers you.
Ow.
You'll have to be trickier than that.
Then you
Ow.
skewer yourself.
I thought we both understood that dying doesn't get you anywhere.
She's got more blades, though.
Huh. That didn't do much of anything. We're tougher than I thought.
The voice of the contrarian. So she's getting more blades, and we're just getting more voices in her head. I don't think we're getting the better of those deals.
Just panic. Flee.
Voice of the
She
paranoid.
skewers you.
Ow.
No, you don't get to escape. That's not how this works.
It doesn't matter how many times this takes, we can't give up. Okay, let's go again. She's going to kill this body either way. So stop feeling what it feels.
Welcome back, Cold. I missed you.
She skewers you.
Ow.
Ooh, not bad. Real tough.
See? We're getting better. Okay, yeah.
Like
That
the
was a good
optimism.
one. Let's appeal to her better nature. We haven't tried that. I'm sure she'll listen to reason.
Voice of the opportunist now.
She skewers you.
Ow.
We're getting close to something, can't you feel it? One last time. You're right. One last time, that's all we need. And then everything goes dark, and you die.
Oh. I guess that was technically one last time. Chapter 4, Mutually Assured Destruction.
Your Honor, don't lose your head. We're in a cabin, and we'll take it from here.
Alright. Cheated is now my hero.
Everything feels like it finally fits, doesn't it? We're up here, which is different, and different is good. And our steel claw is already in our hand. Ho-ho! What if? Throw it out the window. Over my dead body.
That can be arranged, sir. Quite easily, actually.
That won't be very hard. We've died a lot.
See?
But I can't say I mind anymore.
Besides, what better way to die so very many times than at the sharp hands of a beautiful woman?
That's the spirit, bud.
Sure, I can think of a better way to die. They're all the same, really. How about we stop thinking about horrible ways to die? I don't want us to accidentally manifest anything.
True, manifesting things does seem to be a thing here.
The only thing we're gonna manifest is finally ending up on top.
Giggity.
There are entirely too many of you. How many times have you been here? This isn't good. This is... Yeah, leave it to the pros. We'll notch up that win in no time. Narrator, we heroically stride through the door and towards our destined final encounter with our star-crossed lover. Fine by me. You walk to the door and onto the basement stairs, only... It's fine. I'll just shut up then and speed this whole thing along.
Well, I didn't intend to click through that, actually.
Are you sure you don't want me to describe the stairs? Or this room, or anything? It feels like I'm hardly a part of this.
Yeah, just step aside, bud.
Don't care, just want to win. Fine, you make your way to the basement, where the princess awaits you.
You know, this last time I killed you, and you didn't pop right back up again?
Uh-huh. I remember.
I thought I'd actually done it. I thought I'd cut you into so many pieces you just weren't able to stitch yourself back together.
Oh no, that's all in my head. Still several pieces.
But I guess we're not done. That's okay with me. It's good even. I like that. I got something ready for you while you were gone. Do you want to see it?
Oh, I very much do.
I'm not going to wait for an answer. I'm just going to show you. It's worth it though. Just you wait. And not for very long, because I'm going to do it right now.
Do it. Narrator pretending he's got a part in this.
Are you going to say what she does? Do you want me to talk now? Well, yeah, she says she has something new. I want to hear about the new thing. Yeah, me too. I think I speak for all of us when I say that I would like to hear you describe her new thing. Really? Okay then.
Here we go. Now.
The princess's skin twists, splitting into red blooms of raw meat as it stretches and tears. And then it erupts.
She's still beautiful.
She becomes a wave of blood and viscera, pieces of her splattering against the walls. All that remains in the center of the room is a skeleton of blades. A heart beats furiously in its cage of a chest.
I see. Gorgeous.
Are you ready for what comes next?
Holy shit!
That is the only appropriate response right now.
She's gorgeous. Absolutely divine.
Oh, smitten. Don't ever change.
Yes! Behold, the perfect woman. Do you think we can throw her out the window?
The contrarian likes throwing blades out the window. And, to be fair, he's technically correct.
That looked painful. How is she still alive? Heart's still beating, that's all she needs. This is fake. This is all fake. That's all just made up. She doesn't even have a back anymore. How are we supposed to stab her in it?
Fair point.
This is all just a sick joke. I hate existing.
We're screwed. I quit. I'm done. Forget it.
This
All right,
is all
sir.
just a sick
This
joke.
How are we supposed to start this? Forget it. All right, sir. How are we supposed to
Empty your mind.
forget? What just happened?
Shh.
It's so quiet.
Him too.
Something feels different about you. It almost makes me feel different. Like I should actually take this seriously for once.
Welcome to the end game, honey. You do not act, and yet through that inaction your body moves on its own. The princess strikes as you approach, but as her blow finishes its arc, you're already somewhere else.
You're incredible.
Your weapons clash again and again, you and her entering a rhythm free of thought and free of self. This is the only dance, or this is only the dance, the ebb and flow, the shifting of tides back and forth between you. The deeper you fall into your play, the faster your hearts pound, and the faster the momentum volleys between you. An endlessly building crescendo, and then an opening. Your blade strikes free of volition, and hers strikes too. Both strikes are lethal. Neither of you will survive, but neither of you fear what's to come. This is a good ending. You do not get to see each other die, nor will you ever. It's time for you to leave. Memory returns. You do so. You gaze into your reflection. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone, but the mirror remains. It's time for you to see what's in it. You've grown. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. Proceed to the cabin. You are at the cabin. Approach the Flaming Blade Lady. Hello, Flaming
When I
Arm Blade
found
Lady.
you in the long quiet alone, I was terrified. What if you had decided to let me wither?
Thank you for the hydration. You heard that one, the one. He's in the other room. Hi, how you doing?
But your commitment now is final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilation is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, it will have to wait until I am complete. Big ad. No. Alright. We're gonna BRB anyway because I need a drink and this is an important step for people not to miss. So, BRB.
Game, come back. There we go. Minute-long ad. Gross. Come on, ad break, go away. Gila. Gila. Tis kitty time. Tis kitty time. We're taking a moment while we stare at the many-armed angel. Wait a second. This is starting to bear a striking resemblance to the proper biblical angels. Just saying. Beans. Oh. Guess what? All right. Biblically accurate sword. All right. So we continue. Ad break is done. Welcome back, everyone. So your commitment is now final. Your commitment is now final. Your ability to walk the path of mutual annihilations is vanished with your return. If you still wish to obliterate me, you will have to wait until I am complete.
Flickering lights in empty cityscapes become pockets of vitality and movement. I am more than I was before. Whenever you are ready, I will wipe your slate clean once again.
Are you the same being as you were before? How much of you has changed?
Is a child the same as an infant? I am an unbroken pattern, but every vessel gives fresh perspectives and carves new avenues of expression. I am different, but I am the same.
Fair point. What does it feel like to change like this?
Eyes close in reflection. Perspectives meld together, and the breadth of my experience stretches to new corners. There are contradictions, conflicts in my nature, and there are familiarities that bind everything together.
All right.
It feels correct. This is what I need to be. This is the only path forward.
I feel like this is an essence of like a dating sim. And we are crafting our ultimate beloved. And in doing so, I have started with a very solid foundation of a woman who is happy and loving and ready to please as much as ready to be pleased. But then I immediately stuff her full of swords. I feel like I'm sending conflicting messages here. When this is all done, do you know what you want to do?
With every gift you bring me, I excavate the alleys of what I am meant to be, and every exploration yields new and complicated truths. What I will be is different than what I am, and what I am is different from what I was.
Arts and crafts, man. I got paper, you got scissors, now I gotta go find rocks.
I cannot tell you what desires I will hold when I have changed.
I'll see if I can find some rocks soon.
But in this moment, all I want is to know myself and to know you.
Well, that's delightful. Oh. I don't like that one. I'm not planning on killing her. When I go back, it's as if an invisible wall closes around me. Why can I not do the same things I've done before?
Those paths lead to worlds you've already seen, and to perspectives I have already made my own. They are useless to us now, inaccessible. The only paths of value are those that are yet untread.
So now that explains the whole locking out situation. Good. You have been kinder to me than anyone else I've met, minus the attempted murder. Thank you.
Why wouldn't I be kind to you? You are the only thing I know that isn't me.
Fair. What do you want me to bring you next time?
Gifts aren't what someone tells you to bring them.
Fair.
My joy is in seeing what you choose. There are no wrong answers, and every perspective illuminates my shadows and shares new secrets.
So, this is purely spitballing here. we're supposed to bring her X number of bits of herself, and it shapes her final form. Obviously, we've got the many hands of the beloved lady, and we've got the many swords of the stabby girl. So clearly we can add extra bits and pieces to her. I don't know how many there are before it considers it complete. I also don't know if we have a choice to stop at some point. Like, I think she said something along the lines of, you can bring me a lot, but you don't have to bring me all of them, which tells me that there is a point where it's clear that you can stop. Is it a forced ending, or do you have the option to bring her all of her bits and make her as complete as possible, going for that 100% type of run? I'm curious. I don't know if I'll be able to do it, but I'm curious. Do you have any thoughts on this current vessel?
This one is sharp and single-minded. She is cruelty, but she is also joy. She will make for an indomitable heart.
All right.
Do not mourn her. She is exactly where she needs to be.
Okay. Okay. So you don't have any preferences on how you want to change or grow?
My preference is for you to show me what you would like me to see. I cannot know the ways I wish to grow, for I have yet to feel them. It is you who guides me down the thin trail of perspective and memory.
Okay, fair. I don't know what I don't know. I get it. I don't want to hurt you, but the more times I go back, the worse I fear things will be.
The vessels are shaped by memories of you, but they are drawn to the edge of the long quiet. To them you are a gate to something more, and you are something more than that, too. But they are only thoughts and perspectives. They are not me. The wounds they've suffered carve texture around my heart. Without them, I would be as I was before.
Okay. Interesting.
I would be alone and without sensation. I could not feel the joy of having you by my side, for I would not know your absence.
Fair. How many more vessels do I need to bring you?
If I am to be an ocean, you have nurtured me into a pond. My waters are shallow and murky, and I yearn for more perspective.
All right.
You will have your rest in due time, and I am sorry for the burdens I place on you.
That wasn't too terribly clear on a number, but I figured not. I don't like this option, but we're gonna ask it anyway. You know that at the end of this, once you're finished, I'm going to kill you, right?
There is still much to be seen. Neither of us know the depths of our being. Perhaps at the end of this, I will be the one to kill you. Or perhaps we will leave this place together and find new horizons to discover.
Curious. Also, this is fascinating. Attack the entity or destroy your body. So I think the destroy your body, she had mentioned at one point offering up myself as a vessel, and I'm curious about that. But also I want to go back. I don't want to attack her. I'm ready to go back. Let's go back.
I will long for your return, but it will give me time to reflect on what I am.
You have many hands and many swords. Use
we will
them.
meet again.
Ah. Everything goes dark and you die.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here
Yep.
to slay.
Yep. All right. So more achievements. We got the sharp vessel. Bring a razor full to her. I got the achievement of the bloat. You've grown. So I have grown myself to whatever bloating means. Water and steel. Master yourself and vanquish a sharp foe. So that's 3 more achievements during that path. 10 of 97. I want to attempt more peaceful paths. I want to see if we can breed a loving goddess, a happy goddess where possible. I mean, she's got the knives underneath, so she can come out and kick ass if needed. But let's see if we can make her as peaceful as possible. In other words, let's not try to slay the princess again. Okay, into the world. Oh, interesting. These options don't change in that I don't get a chance to say, hey, I've done this before. But okay, thanks for telling me what to do, bud.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job.
Oh, he didn't sense the underlying sarcasm in that. Got it.
You make your way up the short path to the cabin. You'll find the princess within. The interior of the cabin is almost entirely bare. The air is stale and musty. The
All right,
blade is
blade.
your implement.
No blade. So we go down with
The
an
door to the
open claw.
basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place. Her voice soft.
Hello? Is someone there?
There's the sweet innocent princess that only shows up when I don't come down with a blade to stab her.
Is hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
I'm here to save you.
How many times do I have to tell
Shut
you?
up.
Wait, really? You're here to rescue me? I was starting to think I'd be stuck down here forever. Come downstairs. I want to see the face of my rescuer.
I wonder if I need the blade to save her, though.
Walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. There's a heavy chain around her wrist.
Yep.
She's beautiful.
Lovely.
I am begging you to stay focused.
Shut up, narrator man.
Hi. I can't believe
Hi.
you're here. I've been waiting for something like this to happen forever.
How long is forever exactly?
I hope you brought something to deal with these chains.
Yeah, I forgot about that part.
Don't do it. If she gets out of those chains, we're all one step closer to the end.
Let's see what I can do. So if I do this again, that leads me to the whole biting off her arm situation, trying to leave, getting the dagger thrown back down. But let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
Hi. What's your name?
Oh,
She pauses, carefully formulating her words before she responds.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness. Or you can just call me Princess if Your Royal Highness is too formal.
All right, doll.
Is Princess her name or her title? What if it's both? Could you imagine being named Princess?
So is Princess your name? ...
Like I said, you can call me Princess if you'd like.
Just tell me it's Satan or, Demon Lady or something. I don't care what your name is. Just tell me.
I'm sorry, I've been down here so long I guess I've just forgotten. I must have a name though. Everyone has a name.
Okay, that's weird.
That's weird.
She hadn't even thought to pick a name for herself. Hopefully, you're starting to see that she can't be trusted. Go back upstairs, get the blade, and slay her before it's too late.
No. So many questions. Alright, I'm getting you out of here.
You're only making this more difficult.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're making a huge mistake. No, you're doing the right thing. You walk up to the chains binding the princess to the wall and give them a tug.
So she's gonna
They're
bite her
large
arm
and heavy,
again.
far too solid for you to even imagine trying to break them apart.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
So what happened with the whole slipping the dainty arms out of the wrist, out of the wristlet thing? What happened to that option?
Maybe it's somewhere upstairs. Doubtful. Whoever locked the princess away down here intended for her to
Okay. So Was that in the game or was that out of the game? It's like a little faint knocking noise. So if I push this button, I go to the door and it slams shut and then the knife is thrown down. So I'm going to ask her if she has any ideas.
Maybe there's some way to break the chains?
Dot, dot, dot.
Or if that doesn't work, I guess we can always cut me out of them.
She offers the suggestion with almost complete nonchalance.
If we were stuck down here long enough, I'm sure we'd be nonchalant about cutting our way out if it meant we could finally be free.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement.
Door
but
anyway,
the
got
door
it.
at the top of the stairs slams shut. You hear the click of a lock sliding into place.
We'll see if we can figure it out.
Is someone else here?
Hey, let me out.
Shouts and I'll repeat myself.
Okay, fine.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. This would have been so much easier if you'd just taken the blade like you were supposed to. Easier for whom? Easier for everyone. Look at the mess you're in.
I heard the door slam. They locked you down here too, didn't they?
Yeah, maybe a little. It's fine.
There's a slight panic rising in the princess's voice.
If I could just get out of these chains, I know we could force our way out of here together.
She barely
And
hesitates before
there's that,
raising her
yeah,
arm
yep.
to her mouth, her teeth tearing through her limb with the determination of a trapped wolf. As she rips her flesh from her bone, a sound comes from behind you, the clang of bouncing metal. It's the blade from upstairs. You're not sure how it made its way down here, or we could use it to free her. You won't like what happens if...
Save the princess.
Fine. Against your better judgment, you place the blade against the ragged, you cut into her. The blade
Alright,
is
so
sharp,
we've done
and it
that
takes little effort to
again.
crack through the bone of her arm. Her limb falls to the ground, and the heavy chains follow suit.
She didn't so much as utter a sound through the whole ordeal.
No, she didn't.
Which,
She smiles
again,
softly
is
as her gaze meets
quite
yours,
disturbing.
blood from her wounded arm dripping rhythmically to the ground.
And she's doing it with a smile on her
How is
face.
she still smiling after everything?
Thank you. Now let's get out of here.
Yes, let's.
No, we won't have any of that. The stakes are too high. You can't just let her escape into the world.
Okay, so he's
As
going
the
to take
princess
over.
approaches the bottom stair, your body steps forward and raises the blade.
Wait, this isn't fair. You can't just
Watch me.
Hey, where's Mr. Cheater?
What are you doing?
Oh, I guess we're slaying the princess. That one.
Okay, there's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bring the blade down to strike at the princess's heart. But she's fast. She ducks to the floor, your blade narrowly grazing her backside. Slaying her won't be easy now that she's free.
We could have gotten out of here together. Were you just lying to me this whole time? I don't know what's come over you, but if I have to kill you, then I'll kill you. Do you think I need both of my arms to do that?
I was trying to save you.
She pounces on you with the same animal ferocity she used to tear through her arm.
And there's squelching.
But you have a weapon. You raise the blade, digging it under her ribs, aiming directly for the heart. It's not enough to stop her. You feel her claws in your throat, then her teeth, somehow sharp enough to pull apart your flesh and sinew with ease.
But I needed my flesh and sinew.
Collapse to the floor, your body unresponsive as your blood pools on the ground beneath you. She stares down at your ravaged form, eyes shining in the darkness, dress stained in red as her blood and yours both seep into the fabric.
What's up, Kinder? We're just, slaying a princess. Or something like that.
If we're lucky, the wound you managed to inflict will be enough to at least delay her escape from this place. If we're very lucky, it will kill her before she can reach the outside world.
It can't just end like this, right?
As much as I'd prefer for things to have gone differently, I can't deny the reality of what's happened. I'm sorry, but it's over. Everything goes dark, and you die.
Great. Chapter 2. The Witch.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to slay her.
Uh-huh. Deja vu, yep, very much so. Why am I here again?
I can assure you that you didn't slay her and that she didn't kill you. People don't just spring back to life after dying. If he doesn't remember what happened, then brilliant. We need to keep our cards close to our chest, and I'm not sure we can trust him.
So we've got the opportunist. So during the blade fight, we kind of got a glimpse at probably what amounts to all of the different possible voices without going through all the different paths.
You know I can hear you, right? It's going to be a lot harder than you think to keep secrets from me. Did I say I'm not sure we can trust him? Slip of the tongue, bit of the old brain fog. I meant to say that we should probably head over to the cabin and slay that princess. We already know we can't trust her, so let's get on with the show.
Alright. Cabin.
A warning before you go any further.
Yeah.
She will lie.
Yeah.
Don't worry. You can trust us to get the job done.
Yeah. Cabin. I'm curious if I have any turnaround and walk away
The
options.
interior of the
Oh.
cabin is a mess of twisted roots. The walls a chaotic weave of knotted wood that, almost as if by accident, just happened to resemble a room. The floor is damp and earthy, and the only furniture of note is a slab of mud in the shape of a shelf, with a pristine blade perched on its edge.
Well, alright then. Gollum, thanks for hanging out. Have yourself a good night. Glad you were able to see at least an ending you hadn't seen before. Alright,
The blade is your
Knife.
implement. You'll need it if you want to do this right.
take the knife.
You take the blade from the shelf. It would be difficult to slay the princess and say, well, if we're grabbing a weapon, we should probably keep it hidden behind our backs. She doesn't have to know we have it.
Fair.
That's not actually a bad idea.
Let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. Basement. We're just gonna skip the mirror. The mirror doesn't seem to do anything.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a staircase dug into the muddy earth below. The ceiling is thick with roots that hang like locks of tangled hair.
Yeah, kinda. I had played this during a previous Next Fest, and, got a couple chapters in, and it was absolutely fascinating, so I definitely wanted to play it when it came out. It only came out a couple days ago, something like that.
The weak starlight from the cabin windows behind you can barely penetrate the gloom here, only illuminating the edges of an opening below. It shines in the darkness like some kind of massive maw waiting to swallow you up into the earth.
Comforting.
The air smells of dirt and copper. It's thick and wet, as if your lungs are being coated in mud with each intake of breath. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor. Her voice skitters up from below.
Oh, her voice skitters now, does it?
Something nasty finds itself on my stairs. Come on down. Don't be scared. I probably won't bite.
There's that probably part.
Silence, I see. Don't think I've forgotten about you. I recognized the sound of your nervous little footsteps as soon as they came into my home. I know who you are, and I remember what you've done.
I was trying to save you.
She must have you confused with someone else. She seems friendly enough. Maybe we can talk our way out of this whole situation. You can't. Unless you slay her right away, she's going to break free and end the world. There's no reasoning with what she is. Look, I'm just throwing ideas out there. I like to think out loud. I'm the kind of guy who likes a discussion. Don't we want to hear what everyone has to say before making any big decisions?
It's a fair point.
Do you want to hear what everyone has to say? Or do you just want to hear yourself talk?
Also a fair point.
You need to stop lingering. Your task is to slay the princess, not endlessly debate about what to do with the princess. Fine, fine. You're the boss. Thank you. You descend the basement steps, entering the dark room below.
That looks less witch and more werewolfy, but we'll go with it.
You can just make out the shape of the princess in the gloom. She's huddled against the far wall, her eyes bright and glaring from amid the thick roots.
And there you are, one hand tucked away behind your back, gripping that sharp, sharp blade, no doubt.
That's no fair. How would she know that?
So, we've dropped the pretenses. Good.
You made a comment back in the woods about having been here before. Now she's acting like the two of you already know each other.
Well, yeah, because you didn't believe us before.
Oh, no. You've already been here, haven't you? That's pretty sharp. How'd you figure that one out? Call it deductive reasoning.
Or maybe by the fact that we told
Well,
you directly.
you seem to be great at it. So, you really don't remember us, do you? No, I don't. But you and the princess clearly have a shared reality, even if I'm not a part of it. I won't waste time fighting you on something that's clearly true. I'm just glad we could put all this behind us. Is it all behind us? Just focus on the task at hand. I don't care if you've been here before, and I don't care if you think you'll go somewhere else after this. My world is on the line right now, so I'd appreciate it if you would take this seriously and slay her. Let's chat her up a bit first. Maybe we can find a middle ground where everyone's happy.
I would like that.
Don't talk to her. You're just going to make things more difficult than they have to be.
Well, I seem to remember you having a tongue.
Sorry?
Ooh, smart. Let's apologize. Get us back on the right foot.
Oh, you're sorry. Isn't that nice? You're such a gracious little monster. Well, if you're sorry, then let me out of here. Prove it.
Happily. I tried to save you last time, but it wouldn't work. The blade isn't for killing you. We've got to get you out somehow, right?
Oh, I don't need you to cut me out.
Oh,
The princess grins as the chains fall from her wrist.
right. And you didn't do that the first time. You chose to gnaw off your arm instead.
She could have gotten out of those the whole time. That sneaky little...
Yeah,
a
about
woman
that.
after my own heart, really. She knows how to hold her cards close to her chest.
A little too close to her chest if she chose to chew off her own arm rather than reveal that she could slip out.
This is why she can't just be abandoned here. If left to her own devices, she'll find a way out. Now stop her.
I get the sense that you're not happy with me.
Is that a joke? Do you think a joke will charm my trust back? You'll have to try harder than that.
Alright, fine. So many options. So many options. Alright, I like the explorers though, because it lets us get more dialogue. If you could have gotten out this whole time, what do you even need me for? The cabin isn't locked.
The cabin lets prying little beasts like you come as you please, but it insists I stay where I am. That binding I shed is just a symbol of the crueler magic at work in this place.
Oh, well, I guess that makes sense.
If I'm to leave, I'm to leave with you, and you alone.
Don't sound so salty about that. I wanted to ask some of the other questions. But I don't want to hurt you, but clearly there's some broken trust. Here, have my blade as a token of goodwill.
You can't be serious.
She already killed me once without a blade. It's not like the blade's gonna help.
Now, hold on. We should put this to a vote. The blade is one of our most valuable assets. We can't just give it to her. What if she uses it to kill us? I vote no. As do I. I, abstain?
Great.
You abstain. She's going to kill us if we give it to her.
What if she doesn't, though? Blade, giving.
You're going to get everyone killed. You know that, right? But of course you do.
Yeah, because we've been here before.
You toss the blade at the princess's feet. She eyes it with suspicion before kneeling down to pick it up.
I wouldn't have done that. Why did you?
She creeps forward, taking one cautious step at a time until you and she are face to face.
Hi.
What do you think happens now?
No stabbing, preferably? Oh, I kind of like this one. That's up to you. It's why I gave you the blade. I chose last time and I regret it, so now it's your time to choose. But there's also other options. so many choices. I did actually want to save her, so this is technically very correct. Let's do that.
She pulls back, clearly caught off guard by whatever nonsense you just said to her.
It was the beautiful part.
I thought it was nice. Whether it's nice depends on if we meant it. We didn't mean it. Did we?
Oh yes.
If you were lying, we'd all know. But unfortunately, you weren't lying.
What? What do you mean by that? What kind of game are you playing?
Just trying to save a princess.
The look of surprise that momentarily softened her features vanishes as she steels her nerves. And then she buries the blade in your heart.
Well, alright. It's worth a try.
What? No, come on, that's not right.
Oh, no, that's definitely what just happened.
I told you this is what she was going to do. Glee dances across her face as you fall to the ground.
I did it! I got you! You...
The princess seems to tremble, her smile fading quickly, replaced with concern. Her nervous eyes brim with tears.
Why? Why did you let me do this?
I was trying not to let you kill me?
But you don't have the strength to respond, nor do you have the time. Everything goes dark, and you die.
I did it again. Chapter 3, The Thorn.
You're on a path in the woods.
I can't believe she actually stabbed us. I told you not to give her the blade. I told you it would come around to bite us. I voted against it.
I know, and I still think it was the right thing to do.
Yeah, we know. You already got your I told you so's in while we were bleeding out. I just wanted to make sure that everyone here knows that I was and am on the right side of that argument.
Oh, you're far from being on the right side of anything.
We brought Smitten back.
You're fixated on the past, whereas what you should be is fixated on the future.
If I can keep Smitten going, I think I'll be on the right path.
Ho ho, a visionary. I like it. Tell me more.
Gladly, my dear fellow. By cruelly turning on the princess in her moment of vulnerability, we made ourselves an enemy. But by mastering our fear and insecurity and handing over our power, we've begun a journey to something so much deeper.
I like journeys. Traveling is a bit of a passion of mine. It makes me so relatable. Now, where are we off to?
I like journeys.
Well, if we're lucky, it's a journey to love.
She hates us.
Does she? She hesitated before stabbing us to death. There might just be a kernel of affection in that angry, angry heart.
She hesitated before stabbing and after stabbing. Just not during, which is the sad part. But that's okay.
Ridiculous as this guy is,
We
maybe
got better.
he has a point. I don't know if I necessarily buy into his whole love journey thing, but
Yeah, I was definitely thinking Matt Berry for the Smitten voice, too.
maybe she won't be as keen to betray us this time. We've already proven to her that we can change, so maybe she'll realise that things don't have to end in violence. You know, maybe you're right. In which case, I suppose the only thing to do is to get back to the cabin and give it another try. Give what another try exactly? You are aware I've been listening to you, right?
I was kind of wondering where you went, narrator man.
It makes no difference if we conspire in the shadows or bear our intentions with open hearts. We are breaking your cruel cycle and whisking her away to freedom.
Oh, are you now? Great, so you've obviously been here before, since you apparently died at least once.
Twice, actually.
Sure. Twice. Then I'll spare you the little introduction I had planned. You already know about the princess, and clearly you already know that she's dangerous. So don't muck this up. It's bad enough that this isn't your first time through.
This place is different. It keeps changing.
Wonderful. If the woods themselves are changing, then that's all the more reason for you to take this seriously. It would mean your grip on things is slipping, which, in turn, likely means her influence is spreading.
Sup, Iron Ninja? I am indeed slaying.
Someone's in the know. I've already said too much. The more information you have, the more difficult your task will be. Don't listen to her, definitely don't free her, and if you can, don't even think about her.
Yeah, getting the smitten to stop thinking about her? Good luck with that.
You don't have to worry about me. My head's always empty. Except the thoughts of her.
There we go. There it is. Alright. Screw the captain. What happens if we just leave?
She gets out is what happens. Maybe not right away, but eventually. And a world that's doomed tomorrow is just as bad as a world that's doomed today.
He's a bummer, isn't he? All doom this and doom that. There's more to the world than how and when it will end. Love is what makes everything worth doing.
Whatever you do, don't listen to this one. He's ridiculous. Whatever he wants you to do the opposite.
You sure seem to be taking the whole looping thing in stride.
What do you want me to say? It's bad that you've been here before. It's bad for you, it's bad for me, and it's especially bad for the world. The more times you run through this, the more likely it is that you'll fail. You've already failed twice.
So you knew this could happen?
Theoretically, sure, I knew this could happen, but I was supposed to be the first. I'd really rather not get into it.
Well, you're like the 20th at this point, bud, so really you should get into it.
I don't care about where we came from, and I don't care to discuss the theory of anything. I yearn only to bring her freedom. I'm here to feel, not to think.
That's the spirit, bud.
Then we can all move on, and forget what I said about failure. It's important that you believe in yourself, and the fact you're here probably means that you still have a chance to pull this off and save the world. My world, at least. It sounds like you've probably doomed a couple of others already. I need to stop talking. Think happy thoughts.
Yeah, think happy thoughts. Cabin. I'm done with this. Bye. We're gonna free her.
Please don't.
You can't stop all of us, you villain.
Let's just see how the wind blows. I'm not opposed to saving her, but let's not rule anything out just yet. Let's see what she has to say. Stop sitting on the fence and pick a side already. We don't need you waffling when things get hairy. I've already picked a side. Our side. I'm here to make sure that whatever happens, we wind up on top. Because that's worked out great so far. Well, we're not out of the game yet, are we? And again, I'll have you know, I wouldn't have gotten us killed last time. I wanted to stab her in the back, not hand over our precious backstabbing implement.
Yeah, well. Stop it. Alright, let's go to the cabin.
It isn't long before you find yourself at the base of the cabin. I think it's clear where everyone stands at this point.
Indeed.
I don't know if I'd say everyone. You talking about me? I have a position. It's a good one, too. Ignore him, he's just talking for talking's sake. My position is the only one that matters. You know what you have to do.
Yeah, proceed into the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is hardly an interior at all anymore. The burned out ruins merely suggest the shape of the structure that once stood here, charred wood still reeking of ash. But beneath it lies the fresh smell of spring growth after rain, the promise of new life in the wreckage of the old. The only furniture of note is the crisp shell of what was once a table, a pristine... Wait, this isn't right. There's supposed to be a pristine blade. Why isn't there a pristine blade?
Because we've chosen the path of love.
We gave it to her last time. She can't still have it, can she? Well, it's not here. And if she has it, let me guess, you want to get all chummy with her. Look, as far as I see it, if it's between him and her, I say we side with the one who has the weapon. It's just the smart thing to do.
The opportunist. He's got a point.
I wouldn't be so hasty. I'm sure the blade will turn up somewhere. She can't have it. That's not how this is supposed to work. If she does have it, that's all the more reason to put our faith in her. We have already shown her our heart. Now she has to show us hers.
I showed you mine, now show me yours?
Unless her heart tells her to stab us, which doesn't seem unlikely, so yes, I agree. Let's make sure we get on her good side.
Yes. How do we even get down there? All I see is a mirror.
Yeah, why didn't you mention the mirror?
There's never
I
a
didn't
mirror.
mention a mirror because there isn't a mirror.
There's never a mirror.
But he says there isn't one. That's got to count for something, right? Either way, I say we take a look. It feels like it's been forever since we've actually seen ourselves. For all we know, our feathers are all out of place. And that's why we haven't yet won her heart. We must put our best face forward.
You know, I find it interesting. I don't know if it's relevant, but it's interesting that the voice of the smitten is the only one who has ever mentioned that we have feathers. He's done it at least twice now. Yes, we do have feathers. Well, we'll get there when we go to wipe the mirror, maybe.
Yeah, we can't go around looking disheveled. A real go-getter takes care of his appearance. So, is the door to the basement behind the mirror? I promise you there isn't a mirror, and there isn't a door to the basement. The entrance is more of a burned-out frame than anything else, and it's right there on the far side of the room. Do you really not see it?
Nope. Mirror.
You step forward and approach the scorched entryway leading to the basement, hesitating before you begin the descent. You know what you have to do. Wipe away the grit from the mirror, and behold our handsome features. You reach forward and wave your hand through the hollow entrance leading to the basement. You really thought there was a mirror there, didn't you? That can't be good. As if things weren't unpredictable enough. Alas, our fine features remain unseen. We'll just have to trust that she'll find us beautiful as we are.
Yeah, so every time we get a chance to show our hand, whether it be stabbing or wiping away the mirror or whatever, it shows that we actually have a clawed hand with feathers past the elbow. Clawed and scaly. So we are some sort of clawed, feathered being of some sort.
Well, seems like the only way to go is forward, isn't it? Yes, that's where everything tends to be. Let's just put on a good face and have our wits about us.
It does feel kind of Kenku-ish, yes.
You step through the frame of scorched wood and make your way into the darkness below.
Now,
The stairs to the basement are covered in a fine layer of gritty ash. The air still feels warm, as if the fires that ruined this place had only recently been extinguished. Yet fresh shoots of thorny branches are already weaving themselves through the soot-covered earth of the walls around you.
a werecrow. Very possibly. I actually do wonder what the princess is this time. Because last time she was kind of werewolfy-ish.
Their spines point courteously down towards the basement, so you're able to brush past their jagged points with ease. At least on the way down. But you don't need to think about the way back up just yet. That's a matter for after the world's been saved. These thorns are an expression of her pain. I know it. She's calling out for help. Her voice, worn down by pain and suspicion, hobbles up the stairs.
I can't get away from you, can I? We kill each other and you come back. You let me kill you and you come back. I don't know why you let me do that. I don't know what you want from me.
I want to free you, I mean it.
I think you know how this goes. I'm down here and I can't leave. So, come down and talk. It's not like I can stop you.
Fair. A collection of spiders held in a human-shaped sack? You know what, Iron Ninja? As terrifying as that sounds, That is not out of the realm of possibility because we've already done something similar in a previous run. Except it wasn't spiders. It was swords. So, you know. Proceed down the stairs.
You continue down the basement stairs, brushing past the smooth edges of thorns that grow more and more plentiful as you make your way forward. You step out into what was once a vast open cavern, now overrun by briars and prickles and thistles, the space thick with hostile vegetation.
Well, she's no longer werewolfy. She is just really beaten up by thorns and kind of held in place by them.
At the heart of it all, encased in a tight weave of vines, is the princess, her bloody, trembling hands clutching a pristine blade.
Don't sound so surprised. We knew it would be down here.
Did you know this was going to happen to me? Are you here to watch me suffer? Are you here to laugh?
No. I'm not here to laugh. I'm here to free you if you'll let me.
I want to trust you.
I know, Thornbraw. Yikes.
Her grip tightens on the blade.
But you're hiding something, aren't you? Why would you help me if you weren't helping yourself?
A whole bunch of turning leaves. We both yearn for freedom. I'm trapped, you're trapped, we need to leave together.
The princess clutches the blade closer to her chest.
It would be great if that was actually one of the text options. Because I'm playing a video game and I want to get the good ending, duh.
That sounds nice. I'm so tired of the bad blood between us. But it's hard to let it go. You've hurt me.
And you hurt me in return. We've
Her
both been
eyes dart
stabbed.
away from yours for a brief moment.
And I've also hurt you.
Yup. Is there nothing I can say to change your mind?
I don't know. What can either of us really say at this point? How can we trust something as hollow as words?
She's right, there's nothing left to say. So let's get a move on and do something before she comes up with a scheme to get out of here on her own.
No scheme.
We don't need words to send a message. It is through action that we can show her our adoration, our devotion, our kindness.
Oh. Then yes, it is past time to say anything.
You reach towards her bloodied hands, laying your palm on her trembling fingers. For a moment, she clutches it even tighter, her knuckles going white with the effort. But then the tension fades. Her grip finally loosens and she allows you to take the weapon. You carefully pull it free from the thorns, though they scrape at your skin, leaving red trickles of fresh blood all along your arms.
She trusts us. She trusts us. Doesn't that set your heart aflutter?
Yeah, a little. It could just be nerves. Being this close to her does bring back unpleasant memories, but I don't know, it doesn't feel bad. It feels good. Like we're special to her.
We are special to have gained an ounce of trust from a maiden so guarded. Now all that remains is to free her from her bindings.
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show her how much both of us have changed. Or, hear me out, we slay her. Right here, right now. She's
now.
never been so helpless, and if
None of
we
that
don't
talk.
take advantage of that, we may never get another chance.
None of that talk.
That sounds like a splendid idea. You should listen to him.
Shut up, narrator.
I see that the lines have been drawn.
It's 2 against 1.
2 against 2. Voice of the hero and the smitten. versus the opportunist and the narrator, and I'm the deal breaker.
It's 2 against 2.
See? Eh?
You don't count.
Oh.
And why shouldn't he count? Because he's clearly not one of us.
It's true.
That doesn't matter. He's been with us the whole time. He should get a say.
So, did you mean it? Or was I a fool to hand my life to you?
I just wanted to get my blade back. You're on your own. No. We cut her free. We free the princess.
Yes. What a good idea. Let's cut her free. Oh, so you're suddenly team free her. You can't just switch sides as soon as we make a decision. I can do whatever I want, and I believe with my whole heart that this is the right course of action. Let's free this princess.
Actually, that makes a lot of sense. Because the opportunist earlier straight up said, we're on the side with the person who has the weapon. And we now have the weapon. So he's on my side now.
Everyone deserves a chance at redemption. Let him join us and be merry. We are all united by our passion.
So I like to imagine that us, Birdman, and her, Princess in Thorns, are staring at each other blankly while we have this conversation going on in our heads. And she's just waiting for us to make some sort of move.
That's right. What he said.
Maybe she's got her own internal voices that she's listening to while we wait.
We've already given him a chance at redemption. And who says I don't deserve another? I really mean it this time. I'm big enough to admit when I'm wrong. So I want to help you all free her.
And I have no problem with that. Welcome to the team. You're one of us now. One of the good guys.
You take the blade to the thorny vines imprisoning the princess, and she flinches, relaxing only slightly as the blade slices into the thick vegetation rather than her arm.
That would be a great sequel to this game, is playing Slay the Hero as the opposite.
And she flinches again as the last of the vines is cut away, as if, after all of that, she's still expecting you to turn on her and stab her in the heart. You're not going to do that, are you? Still, all it would take is a single slip of the blade.
Damn it, narrator. So narrator has already proven that he can take over my body. He did that to stab the princess in the first place, causing all of this mess. So it's interesting that he now is kind of backing down and just kind of letting it happen.
Such a pathetic attempt at distraction and subterfuge. Our blade is a dashing sword, and every dashing sword is an extension of its hero. It won't slip.
You're right. He can't even make it slip, can he? He's a bit of a nobody. Good thing I've been on your side of all this since the beginning.
Uh-huh.
The princess falls into your arms, tears streaking down her cheeks. I can't believe you're making me describe this. I hate you.
You actually meant it. You rescued me.
Did indeed.
Do you see the way she's looking at us? Kiss her. Kiss her now before the moment ends.
Wait, do we have lips? Or do we have beak? Of course I did. Should I kiss her though? I mean, do I follow the smitten? Don't lick her. Well, I mean that's not an option, so fair. I am a fan of the smitten. You know what? Let's go with it. Smitten. Kiss her.
Can we actually do that?
Can we actually do that?
No, you can't. Absolutely not.
You know as well as I do that we can.
And we wouldn't want to throw away a chance for a special moment, now, would we? If I were only capable of throwing myself off a bridge.
Well, are you going to describe our steamy, romantic kiss?
You lean in and you kiss her.
He sounds so salty about it.
And she reciprocates enthusiastically. You kiss. It's done. Are you happy now?
Yes.
Come on now, this is the big moment. You can do better than that.
Ugh, fine. You and the princess lock eyes and stare deep into each other's souls with all the roaring emotion that comes from letting what once was hatred turn into pure, unbridled passion. Are you making fun of us? And then each of you close your eyes and kiss. Words can describe neither the nuclear fire nor the oceanic depth of your connection. Please. I think he actually likes romance. If history itself were not about to end, historians would document this moment for the rest of time. Musicians would write era-defining ballads, and great artists would expend entire lifetimes trying to merely capture the spark you hold right now. It doesn't matter either way, because this is good stuff.
It is getting a bit steamy in here.
I'm aware of my skills. He's making fun of us. But unfortunately for you, the moment doesn't last forever. You open your eyes, the princess smiles gently up at you. Time for you to damn the whole world to oblivion, I suppose.
Worth it.
That was nice.
Her hand slips into yours, and the two of you rush to the basement stairs. Shameful, really, that the same thorns that so graciously allowed you downstairs are now blocking your only way out.
Oh no.
Please, after all the trials we've been through, do you really think a few measly thorns can stop us? Love is an even more powerful weapon than our blade. We cut through those other vines just fine. They're only thorns. I'm not afraid of getting a few scrapes. I'm not even sure we need to do any cutting. We can just move them out of the way. What a pathetic showing, really.
A few pointy sticks can't keep us down here. We're both meant for so much more than this.
Step into the thorns.
As you step into the thorns covering the basement stairs, they yield. Both you and the princess ascend the stairs without obstacle. This is unacceptable. The second you step out of this cabin with her, the world ends. Do you hear me? What did the world ever do to you to deserve this?
Made me kill the princess? Yeah. I remember. The previous world that, by the way, died, made me kill the princess. And look where it got us. And then, the previous other world killed me. So, I got a couple things against the world right now.
Your nightmare is our dream. Whatever world would condemn star-crossed lovers like us to a cycle of violence and despair isn't a world worth saving.
Yeah, what he said, basically.
We'll weave something new together. Something better. You and the princess hesitate at the cabin door. This is your last chance. We've already made our decision.
We're finally leaving here together, aren't we? And all we had to do was trust each other. It wasn't easy, but I'm glad we finally could.
They were different worlds, but representative of the whole. Step into your freedom.
Hands clasped, the two of you open the door and step out into a new day, you irredeemable murderers.
It's fine.
What do we do now?
We live our best life until the end.
Where's everything going?
Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Why is it so cold?
Oh, she got handed again. You do not get the chance to respond, nor will you ever. It's time to leave. Memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Oh, that's right, the voice of the hero. He hasn't been a part of this. He's always been missing up until the point of the void. Or has he? I don't recall, actually. But I think we're giving up the voice of the hero. Fear not. Fear not. You always get scared. It'll be
It
fine.
feels so bad. Like looking into it right now is going to be the end of everything.
Technically.
Yes. I fear that we won't like what we'll see. What if we just sit here and preen for a while? That can't hurt, right? If they think it's bad, I'm with them.
It's not the end. It'll be fine. Oh. It'll be fine.
Okay. If you say so, we'll trust you. She'll be there waiting for us. I just know it. Finally, we're going places.
You approach the mirror. Silence as you reach forward. They're gone once again. The mirror always makes them leave, but you need to see what's in it. You've withered. You find yourself in the long quiet once again. You are at the cabin.
I am a growing chorus of contradiction, a mass of tides ebbing and flowing all at once in more directions than my attention can bear to hold. To look at any one is to shift them all into something new, and to look away is to reshape them yet again. All of me is changing, and yet the rest of me is still the same.
Doesn't matter how many times I go back, at least one of us always hurts the other. Doesn't that change you? Doesn't that make it worse?
It changes me, but it doesn't make me worse, nor does it make me care for you any less. Does it make you worse? Do you resent me?
Kinda not liking the getting stabbed part, but oh, we have everything from I like the pain all the way down to I hate you, stop torturing me. Fuck it. We're growing on it.
It says that your heart is gentle, that even in the darkness you are guided by compassion.
I only slayed the princess once, intentionally at least. How can you stand to be a contradiction?
As easily as you can stand to be you. You are like me, even if you have chosen not to look at the corners of you that do not fit. Even if you have chosen to ignore the brilliant contours of your soul.
What do you think of this vessel?
This one yearns for connection she feels she doesn't deserve. Even when shown compassion, she hid herself away. She will make for a cautious heart. Do not mourn her. She isn't alone anymore.
Well, that's comforting. There are many hands to hold her now. Let's see. You can't be a contradiction because contradictions don't exist.
And yet my waters flow and my streets bustle. There are no words that can describe me into non-existence. There is no logic that can bind my multitudes. I am everything that you have known me to be, but I am also none of it.
Alright then. Have you figured out what you'll want when we're finished?
The desires of my multitude thrive in endless competition with themselves, but none of them rise above their dance to influence me. I yearn for what I have always yearned for, our awakening. Other desires shrink in the light of knowing you and knowing me.
Alright then. Do you still not care what I bring you next?
I care about your gifts, but I have no preferences to burden you with. Even if I did, I would never dare to tarnish our relationship by assuming myself above you.
Fair. I think. Maybe. I'm ready to go back.
I will be here when it is time for us to meet again.
And I die. Alright, so achievements.
Your Honor,
Shush.
you're here.
Shush. So we got, let's see. Past Life Gambit. Hand your power to a suspicious character. That's when we threw her the knife. True Love's Kiss. To kiss her. Turning over a new leaf. To work through some issues and learn to trust again. The Decay. You've withered. I'm not entirely clear why we've withered, but that's fine. And then the Thorny Vessel. To bring her thorns. We are at a whopping 15 of 97 achievements. Jesus. Okay. I'm going to try just leaving.
Seriously? You're just going to turn around and leave? Do you even know where you're going?
Nope. Nope. Let's see, what other options do we got? Oh. So we have options like, fine, I'll go to the cabin and slay the princess. Ugh. Maybe a talk. The only thing that matters is where I'm not going. The cabin. I'm not going to the cabin. I'm pretty okay with the world ending. New Dawn, etc., etc. Nope, not the cabin.
Fine. I suppose you just quietly continue down the path away from the cabin.
Good. What we're being asked to do here is wrong. Better to wash our hands of this whole situation than to take part in it.
Ignore that annoying little voice. He doesn't know what he's talking about. That's strange. It looks like this path also leads to the cabin. How convenient. Everything's back on track again. Maybe the world can still be saved after.
Maybe. Turn around again and leave again.
You're really keen on wasting everyone's time, aren't you? It's remarkably selfish, if you ask me. I've already outlined the stakes of the situation. If you don't do your job, everyone dies. Like, dies. Forever.
It's fine. You're not emotionally blackmailing me into doing this.
Stakes and consequences aren't emotional blackmail. They're facts of life, and if you had an ounce of maturity, you'd understand that.
Well, then clearly, you're a poo-poo head.
But fine, you turn around and trek back down the path you came. Oh, would you look at that? You're at the cabin again. Now, I'm not normally one for superstition or astrology, but I have to say, it seems like the universe itself is doing its best to bring you to your fated confrontation with the princess.
Oh yeah, well, I guess I'll start walking in a different direction. Again. In fact, I'm going to just keep trekking through the wilderness until I find a way out of here.
There's always a choice. Let me tell you right now that you're making the wrong one for pretty much everyone who's ever lived, as well as for everyone who ever will.
Not if I have a say in it, they won't live.
And here we go. As you trudge into the woods, something strange starts to happen.
Cabin.
At first, it's little flickers out of the corner of your eyes. Glimpses of familiar wooden structures through the leaves.
Mm-hmm.
But as you focus on your surroundings, you start to realize that those flickers weren't just a trick of light.
That's a lot of cabins.
In every direction, there is a path and a cabin. And not just a cabin, the cabin. An infinite fractal of paths and cabins desperately trying to draw you back to where you need to be.
I see.
Wait, what's going on?
But you're too stubborn for that, aren't you? It doesn't matter how many paths or cabins appear around you, you're just going to do whatever you can to shirk your responsibility because you care more about irritating me than you do about the fate of the world.
Yes.
You've doomed us all, you know that, right? But of course you do. Otherwise you wouldn't just wander off into the forest in search of certain death. You lose track of just how long you spend aimlessly tromping through the wilderness. But it's not like any of that time spent lost in the woods really matters, because it isn't long before the world ends and everyone dies.
Oh, okay. Chapter 2. The Stranger.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to sleep.
Okay, interesting. Interesting. If I can't run away from a cabin, then I'm just staying here in the woods forever.
You have already committed to my completion. You cannot go further astray.
Oh, interesting. So I don't have the choice this time. Interesting. So, and that's because previously I had done a run in chapter 1, and then I came back in chapter 2 and walked away, and that was counting as an end. So they're not going to let me walk away in chapter 2. Okay. Yep. Okay. Heading to the cabin now, where I'm definitely gonna slay the princess.
You know I can tell when you're lying, right? Please take this seriously. I am begging you.
So this is chapter 2.
A warning
Ooh,
before you go any further.
walls.
She will lie. If
Yep.
we're stuck going in there, maybe we should believe her. Maybe she isn't a liar.
We've got the contrarian this time.
Ignore him. He's just being difficult for the sake of it. Let's keep an open mind.
Which makes sense because I chose not to do the thing last time. So I'm gonna try again to save the princess, if possible. I don't know if it's gonna be possible.
The cabin interior is wrong. A confusing patchwork of many cabin interiors,
Oh.
all projected across what's almost the same space. It's
Interesting.
all shifted. An inch here, a foot there, such that the seams are never quite visible enough for the place to make any sense.
Interesting. Hey, Gizmo. Gizmo, stop it. He's trying to steal my things. Stop it. Stop. Stop stealing my things. Stop it. So, by not going in the first act or first chapter, we now have a crazy-ass mishmash of a cabin this time around. Oh, that's interesting. So previously, all of the mousing effects have been just different layers and whatnot, and it's all been, relatively stuff that makes sense. But this is definitely a patchwork cabin that doesn't make sense. I like it.
The only furniture of note is a plain table, its legs all the wrong lengths, its material devoid of feature. Perched on that table is a pristine blade. The blade is your implement. If he wants us to take it, maybe we should just leave it to collect dust, or better yet, grab it and throw it out the window. What good is a knife against a world-ending monstrosity anyway? No, we're taking the knife. Have you seen this place? We have literally no idea what to expect and no idea what we're dealing with. I've already told you what you're dealing with. You're dealing with a princess. How many times do I have to explain this incredibly simple and straightforward premise?
But here's the thing, it's not incredibly simple and straightforward. And she is not just a princess, and you have yet to tell me the truth once in this entire time of dealing with you, sir, so I am going to continue being the contrarian.
You can't just say that. Not when everything here is so wrong. Listen to me. My job is to describe facts as facts and to guide you through your job, which is to slay the princess and through that action, save the entire world. And if you're going to slay her, you cannot let fear creep into your heart. You cannot lose yourself before you even get to her. Oh ho ho ho! You've piqued my interest. What's going to happen if we lose ourselves?
Good question.
Nothing, because you're going to pull yourself together. Just ignore the stressful geometry and stay calm. How? Even if we closed our eyes, you're constantly describing it to us. I'm not going to stop doing my job, so you're just going to have to get better at yours. And quickly, if you don't mind. Yes, take a deep breath. I'm all for getting under his skin, but we'll miss out on loads of fun if we shrivel up into a ball and go insane the first time we see something weird.
He's got a point.
What you're seeing here is obviously real. Just accept it and go with the flow. It really isn't hard. Okay, I'm fine. Good. Now, whenever you're ready, we're all waiting for you to complete a very important task.
Alright. So we skipped the mirror, but also contrarian, no blade.
The door to the basement creaks open, revealing a web of branching staircases all built from unidentifiable materials. Nothing here seems to belong, and the closer you examine your surroundings, the more confused you get, your head throbbing with the effort of making sense of this place. None of the stairs even seem to go anywhere, let alone down. The air here has a sickening, almost sludge-like miasma to it, the kind of indiscernible quality that comes from the blending together of every scent there is at once. An odour that is simultaneously everything and yet the sum of it all coalescing into a thick, nauseating nothing. If the princess lives here, slaying her is probably doing her a favour.
It's funny how many times that specific line gets said.
Her voice, a disquieting collage of tone and personality, drags up the stairs.
Hello? Hi. What are you doing here? Are you here to kill?
No, thank you. Oh, don't be such a baby. I don't want to do this. Let's just turn around and leave. This feels wrong. This feels like a trap. Like whatever we do, we're gonna die. We don't even have a weapon. But we already tried turning around and leaving, didn't we? And he threw up a wall. No way to go but forward. And whatever choice we make, whatever she is, we know one thing for sure. And what's that? That the fate of the world hinges on your success?
No, not that.
There'll still be plenty of ways to ruin his day.
That's the spirit. Alright. Oh. We have actual branching paths to take. Harsh stairs to the left, center staircase, or soft stairs to the right. I don't know how much this is going to influence the princess at the bottom, but I think we should probably take the nicest options? Question mark?
You step to the right. The path feels soft and reassuring against your feet. The stairs almost seem to cradle you as you make your way down, like they're guiding your heels from one step directly to the next. You barely have to extend any effort to descend, the stairway doing most of the work for you. You don't feel like there's any concern that you might slip or tumble or lose your way.
Sounds great so far.
But the further you go, the deeper you sink in. First, it's like a lovely plush carpet, your toes digging down and barely hitting any resistance at all. But soon enough, you're fighting just to keep your knees from sinking out of sight. The softness threatens to swallow you whole, to wrest control of your body and surround you in a false ethereal bliss, pretending to save you from the cruelties of choice and consequence.
I see.
It's slow going, but you manage to fight against the overwhelming urge to fall back into comfort and nothingness, the very struggle to continue forward consuming your every thought. You slowly lose sense of yourself the further you go. Time disappears, and you can feel yourself begin to untether. Physical sensations dull and then vanish, until the only things experienced are the endless repeating patterns and emotions of the journey, a continuous march forward to a destination long forgotten.
I see.
Consumption and betrayal, skepticism and blind devotion, rivalry and submission, terror and longing, pain and unfamiliarity. And at the heart of it all, an emotion that can only be described as... What the hell was that? What happened to us? I feel so strange.
Like I'm fundamentally different, but also still the same person I was at the top of the stairs. Oh well, that was a trip, but now it's over. Time to get back to our old devilish ways.
Oh well, whatever existential crisis I just experienced is now done.
The princess, eyes bright but otherwise shrouded in darkness, watches you impatiently from the other side of the basement.
She's doing the anime
Don't
puppy
forget
dog
why
eyes
you're
again.
here. And why are we here again? In case you weren't listening, I'm afraid I lost myself on the way down. You're here to... He's just being an ass. We remember. Though I'm still not sure if we should trust you. Let's talk to her for a bit, try and get our bearings. She seems normal.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize I was here.
That's okay. Sometimes I forget where I am too.
Yep, that's fair.
The shadows recede, revealing the princess's face. She's so warm and friendly. It's deception. Don't buy into it.
Does make me wonder if the path that we take changes how the princess appears and behaves.
How strange.
Oh.
So, why are you here?
Oh.
As the princess speaks again, it's almost as if she fractures. Where there was once just one of her, there is now another.
I see.
We can do that? I don't like this. It's those cabins all over again. Can we put her back?
Put her back where she came from.
Again? Have you been here before? Should we tell him? Nah, let him stew. Right, I'm telling him. Yeah, we've been here before, but we never went to the cabin. We just turned around and left until... It's hard to describe. Until the only thing we could see was the same cabin going on forever. And then you told us that the world ended and we died. And then we woke up, and I'm pretty sure you're familiar with all the rest of it. It seems to me like you saw something you weren't supposed to have seen. If only you'd listened to whatever words of wisdom you were given in that other reality. But what's done is done, isn't it?
Uh-huh.
Whatever you saw last time, unsee it. Whatever thoughts weaseled their way into your head, unthink them. If it's not already too late. You have a job to do here, and you need to do it now.
Yeah, no, we're not doing that.
Ooh, new plan. Let's see if we can make even more of her.
Ooh, yes. More princesses. Let's see. Oh, interesting. So this option is the option to move forward, and it's 3 options in one. Try to free her, leave her in the basement, and retrieve the blade. All in one shot. Okay, we need to ask questions first, though. There's more of you now.
Do you need help? Not that there's much I can do chained up like this, but I'm the only one down here. So if you need anything, I'll do my best.
Ah, she's so delightful.
What's that supposed to mean? Are you trying to get under my skin?
She's less delightful.
She fractures again. I don't like where this is going. Neither do I. Which is why you need to slay her now before things get more complicated than they already are. How would we even do that? Where would we start?
Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
We could always start by retrieving the blade.
Now.
Can we even leave this place? I don't like thinking about what might happen to us if we have to go back through those stairs. Well, that's where the blade is. If you want it, you'll have to go and get it.
No.
I don't think we're going to be able to put her back. Kind of hurts to think about it, doesn't it? It's like everything we say just multiplies her. It certainly looks that way, so please, for the love of everything, stop asking her questions and stop stalling. You're obviously just making things worse.
Definitely going to make things worse. What's your name?
You can call me Princess, if you'd like. Princess. You can address me as Your Royal Highness, or Her Majesty. Any honorific should do, really.
We haven't met this one yet. We've met... Oh, actually, no. I think we've only met the first one. We haven't met the one that says just Princess, or the name. Now, these might not be personalities in other runs. These might just be ones specifically for this run.
None of them have names. How astute. I told you she was untrustworthy.
getting down here was weird, like I was pulled apart and put back together again. Do you know what happened?
I don't know what happened to you, but you look like you're in one piece now. But I understand. Sometimes I feel like I'm being pulled apart too. It's so terrifying down here. But at least now you're not alone. And I'm not alone either.
See, she's delightful.
We're probably stuck down here forever, aren't we? There's no way out, and barely a way in.
She's slightly less delightful.
I don't remember what it was like before I was in this place. Why would I know what happened to you?
She's kind of cold and indifferent, but she's acceptable.
You're not really cut out for this, are you? Why are you even here?
She's a bitch. You're apparently a threat to the world. I was sent here to slay you.
But I don't want to hurt anyone. I like the world, I think. You don't think I'm some sort of monster, do you?
Everything you've heard about me is true, and I'm going to lay waste to everything, starting with you.
Okay.
This is reaching its breaking point. If you don't act now, there will be nothing in here but her. Take a deep breath and focus up. You can do this.
Can I do this?
But how do we decide what to do? Can there even be a right choice when all of them are so different? Stop overthinking it. Your drifting thoughts have clearly been part of the reason this situation has gotten out of hand. If you're trying to do the right thing, there's only ever been the one option, and that option is slaying her.
So here's the thing, though. We, as a supposed hero, have several voices in our head. There's many of me to go around, and there's clearly many of her to go around. It's like we were made for each other, really.
Just do something. Do anything. Do all of it, if that's what you want. This place is hell, and it's only getting worse.
I'm getting you out of here. I don't know what you are, but I can't trust you, and I can't trust anything, so I'm leaving you, and I'm also going to get the blade.
Wait, that's not right.
I'm doing all of the things, all of the time, all at once.
Go on. You take a step forward. Your foot lands, but it lands different. You experience a firm footfall, a gentle tread, a confident stride. You can feel yourself rupture. The room spins, your perception multiplying in a sickening kaleidoscope as your very self is pulled in incomprehensibly many directions. You find the blade suddenly in your hands. All at once you use it to strike at her bindings as you remain upstairs and slay her and leave her to languish alone. Is this what the end of the world looks like? What an unbearable mess. But this... we can't... Do you not have anything witty to say? I could use a good bit of wit right now. No, I don't, because this isn't fun. How are we supposed to have fun if everything is happening at the same time? It's the same as nothing happening, and nothing is excruciating. Luckily for all of us, nothing and everything doesn't go on forever. The world and the princess collapse in on themselves before it all...
Oh, okay.
falls apart?
So, we saved her and stabbed her and left her all at the same time.
I think he's gone.
And we broke the narrator.
We were never going to salvage this, were we?
What happened to us? What are we? There are parts of us that are dead, and others,
they just don't fit.
They just don't fit. We can feel them moving around in spaces they don't belong. It's all so uncomfortable.
What have we done? What have we created?
Did you do this? Did we do this? Can you pull us back apart? Can you fix us?
We should help her. I think we did this.
Perhaps.
How surprisingly sincere. I didn't actually think our actions had consequences. It's a little late for regret, isn't it?
Please.
Oh. It'll be fine. I had an option to take her just as she was. It'll be fine. An achievement, the illusion of choice. When everything is possible, nothing is. But you'll never know if she hears your reply. She is gone, and memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? Should we try and find her? Is that a... Why is it here? Why now?
Don't worry about it. We've been here before. Don't
What
worry
is that
about it.
supposed to mean? Whatever awful thing I felt before, it feels so much worse now. He's just messing with us. Right?
Right. You approach the mirror. You've unraveled.
There's a world beyond the endless walls of the long quiet. I am curious to see what it means for us to know it.
Do you think there are people out there?
It doesn't matter if there are. People are too small for us. You and I are the only things that interest me.
Okay. Do you think anything is real out there? Do you think we're real?
We are real. Nothing is an idea that dwells in the absence of something. But nothing cannot exist on its own. And because of that, nothing can't exist.
Fair. What are your thoughts on this vessel?
These ones are a contradiction. A winding kaleidoscope of paths and wall. They are stretched into a shape not unlike me, but it is a shape they cannot hold. They will make for a rich and vibrant heart. Do not mourn them, for they will finally get to know themselves.
I feel it's kind of fitting that we got the route of multiple minds. I kind of feel that sometimes, having multiple choices, multiple options that all seem appealing, doing them all at once because you can't make a choice. When you send me back, I'm not alone. There are voices that speak to me. Some of them are me, but one of them is something else. I call him the narrator. He wants me to kill you. Do you have a narrator? Have the vessels had one?
No, their minds are empty, existent, but constantly shifting into something new. Do you think your narrator lives in the spaces beyond?
I don't know. All of them are he does. Oh. I could choose to keep it to myself as well. He does, but I don't know what I'm going to do when I find him.
There's no need for you to know what you are going to do before you do it. If you find him, remember that I'll be waiting for you on the other side.
That was surprisingly delightful of an answer. Oh. How many more vessels do you need?
One. Whatever you bring me next will be enough. And then gravity will pull the others back to me. I will be singular. A final multitude.
One, you say? Oh. If this is the last time, is there anything you'd like me to bring you?
These gifts are a conversation, and each one shows me the contours of your heart. The only thing I want to see is what you choose for me when the thread is fully drawn.
Okay. If this is the last stage before your completion, then I'm not going back. I'm just gonna stay here.
You've already tried waiting, but I understand if you need more time. I'll wait with you.
Wait.
I will see you when you return. What textures will you weave for yourself to occupy forever? Will you place the images of you and I into a box for safekeeping? If you close that box, will you become another you in another world? An imaginary pattern repeating itself until it can no longer bear the weight of its hand-drawn cage. You'll always come back to the box, because you'll always want to know what it means to be you. I will be here waiting by your side until you're ready to return to mine.
And before we return to the box, I'm gonna BRB. And we return. And Damos makes me stretch, so we stretch in first before we go back in the box. Gizmo. Calm down, kitty. Well, more hydration. My hydration has been nothing but alcohol tonight, by the way, so cheers. Alright, let us get back into the box and slay the princess once more.
You have returned to me.
Hi.
Though you were gone mere moments, I never left your side.
I am back. Alright. Do you know what's going to happen when you awaken?
If I did, I would already be awake.
Alright then, I'm ready to go back.
The next time I see you, each of us will finally know what we are.
Indeed.
I will be here, waiting for you.
And dead. Okay.
You're on a path in the woods, and at the end of that path is a cat. You're here
Yep.
to slay.
Slay the princess. Yada yada. I get you, bud. Okay, thanks for telling me what to do.
Don't mention it. It's all part of the job. You make your way up the short path to the cabin.
I no longer have the option to not go to the cabin.
The interior of the cabin is almost entire. The blade is your implement.
Okay. So I'm curious. Trying to figure out what path to take next. If I ever go down without the blade, it pretty much forces me to get the blade and kill her. And I don't know if there's a path out of that. So maybe we start with the blade? Like, there's got to be a path out of that, though, because there were still alternate options when I was down there without the blade. So let's go bladeless. Let's see if we can figure out a moderately
The door
peaceful
to the
path.
basement creaks open, revealing a staircase faintly illuminated by an unseen light in the room below. This is an oppressive place.
All
Her
right.
voice, soft,
Hello?
is hypnotizing. Don't let it fool you.
Alright, hi.
Don't be a stranger. It's been so long since I've had any visitors. Please, come downstairs.
Absolutely.
You walk down the stairs and lock eyes with the princess. She's beautiful. I am begging you to stay focused. There's a lot.
Hi. Do you think you can get me out of these chains?
Hi, hello. Let's talk a bit first.
Okay.
So, I did not have the option to try to save her. Let's see, what options do I have left? Keeping her locked away. Go retrieve the blade because I don't trust her. Or go get the blade without saying a word. So, my only options really are keep her locked away or go get the blade. Name, please.
Oh,
She pauses.
you can address me as Your Royal Highness.
Princess, got it.
Princess, huh?
Alright. Are you locked here for a reason?
Of course I'm locked up down here for a reason.
And that is?
I don't actually know what that reason is, but you don't just stuff a princess in a basement and throw away the key without there being some sort of an explanation, right?
Generally, yes.
You have all the explanation you need. You should know better than to trust whatever she comes up with.
Let's see. If I'm the first person you've seen in a while, what have you been eating or drinking?
I don't see what that has to do with anything.
It's a requirement for you to be alive still.
This is the only time this is ever going to happen, but I agree with the princess. That's hardly relevant.
That's very relevant.
Okay, but actually, what has she been eating? She has to eat, right?
What are you gonna do if I let you out of here?
The princess hesitates before responding. She doesn't know. She's been down here too long to have any idea of what she'd do in another life. She knows what she'd do. She's just searching for whatever answer she thinks you want to hear.
Okay.
Are you looking for the truth, or are you looking for the right answer? Because with the dynamic we have going on here, I don't think the specifics of what I do really matter.
Because of the implications.
It's not like you'd believe me.
Try me. Try me. Oh. My only option now is to keep her locked away. Interesting. Alright, so we're going to keep you locked away, at least for a little bit, until we get to know each other better.
That seems like a pretty good compromise.
I don't think I could bear being down here that much longer.
Leaving her alive is too risky. If you don't deal with her soon, she will find a way out. So I'm the only one who liked that idea.
One way or another, I'm going to find a way out of here. It would make it easier for both of us if you'd help. But if you don't, I can promise that you'll regret that decision.
There's the inner bitch coming out.
You have to make a choice. Let's hope for all our sakes it's the right one.
Alright. Oh. I mean, all of these seem to be valid paths to take. Or else we wouldn't have the options, I think. So let's lock her in the basement. I don't like it. Like, I really want to find a way to get her out of here safely, but I don't think that's possible. Let's try again.
You can't be serious.
Thank you. Thank you. You won't regret.
You're making... No. I think you're doing the right thing.
We're trying.
Walk up to the chains. They're large and heavy.
Yeah.
I'm guessing you don't have the key?
Yeah, no
Maybe
key.
somewhere up. Doubtful.
So... check upstairs.
Okay. I'll be here.
You attempt to make your way out of the basement. Is someone
Door's
else here?
locked. Someone locked me in. Try the
You tried the
door. Let me out.
You're here to...
Return to the stairs.
You make your way to the bottom of the... Easier for everyone.
So,
Look at the mess.
I heard the door slam.
yep, locked down
There's a
here
slight
again.
panic rising in...
If I could just get out of these chains, I know.
And then
She
she
barely
chompy
hesitates
chompy.
before As she rips her flesh from her bones.
Yeah.
A blade from upstairs.
Blade gets
Or
flung
we
from
could use it to
upstairs.
free her. You won't like...
And my only option is to slay the princess. Okay, so this is the end of that path. Got it.
Without hesitation,
Stab.
you bring the blade down and plunge it into the princess's back. Finally.
That's her back? Hold up. We got bosoms here. Chewing arm. That, I mean, it doesn't really look like back. It looks more like... I don't even know what part of the body that is. It's fine.
The wound
There's
drives
the
her
back.
to the ground.
Okay.
Okay. There's no going back now. I'm with you to the end.
You bastard. Were you lying to me this whole time?
The princess pushes away from you, the motion ripping the blade from her back.
Uh-oh.
Wounded, but still alive, she crouches on all fours in the corner of the room and meets your eyes with the ferocity of a cornered predator.
I feel like this might be a bad thing.
You've made a terrible enemy, and there's nothing in the world that can possibly save you from me.
I thought we had the upper hand, but it's as if she's barely even threatened by us. It's an act. She's wounded and unarmed. There's nothing she can do to hurt you. I'm not so sure.
Last time you said that, she whipped a blade out of her arm.
Don't waver now.
So...
As you ready
Hi.
your blade to deliver a lethal blow, she lunges at your legs with the same animal ferocity she used to tear at her arm. Your knife cuts into her
Slicey,
again,
stabby,
and
stabby.
again as you're tackled to the ground, your body racked with pain as she rips into you with tooth and claw.
So
Forget
we're
about trying to rescue her. This is about survival now. Give her everything you've got.
we're where we were before, where we created Werewolf Lady.
Though your nerves are seizing with pain, you know you've done your fair share of damage as well, your blade having left deep gashes in the princess's back. You seize a moment of hesitation to throw her off of you and shakily push yourself back to your knees.
We can still turn this around.
My only options are give up or run for the stairs. So we did slay the princess last time, I think. I'm having a hard time keeping all the multiple realities in check. So my option is give up or run for the stairs and let her bleed out. I don't really like either of those options. Let's run for it.
The princess is still chained to the wall. There's nothing she can do to stop you from getting out of it.
She was chewing off her own arm before, so...
What if she doesn't succumb to her wounds? Whatever she is so much more dangerous than I thought she'd be. You rush up the stairs and dive past the threshold. You're safe. For now.
For now.
You close the basement door, locking it behind you and quickly barricading it with the heavy wooden table that once held the blade. Okay, we can make this work. She has an awful wound and we have all the time in the world. Playing jailkeeper for a while might make things a little easier. You settle in against the far wall to watch the basement door. It isn't long before you start to drift off, your eyelids heavy with fatigue. But sleep doesn't come. Instead, your rest is broken by a piercing, wailing voice calling out to you from the other side of the door.
Uh-oh.
I know you're still there. Why don't you make things easier on yourself and let me out?
Uh-oh.
It's not like this little door will hold for very long anyways. It's probably a good idea to try to get back on my good side.
She sounds terrifying. Like she's less of the princess you saw and more like something out of a nightmare. As she violently rattles the door, you do your best to shut her out of your mind.
When I get out of here, I'm going to pick you apart piece by piece. I won't forget what you did, and I'll never forgive it. You don't know the kind of enemy you've made tonight.
It doesn't sound like she's getting any weaker. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't. Don't threaten me all you want. All it does is ease my guilty conscience.
These aren't threats. These are promises. Sooner or later, you're going to have to sleep. And I'll make sure you never see the light of day again.
I see. That's a problem.
You put the princess's threats out of your mind as best you can and huddle up against the wall. You jolt awake in the middle of the night to silence in the cabin. The ruckus has stopped, and the door to the basement is ajar, its lock broken, and the table shoved out of the way.
That seems like it might be a problem.
Where is she?
Thanks for helping me get out of that awful basement.
Hi?
You try and stumble to your feet, but as the princess draws near, it's as though your body simply stops working. It isn't all at once. The paralysis comes in waves. First your toes go numb, and then your feet, and then your legs. You lie prone on the floor of the cabin, unable to do anything but witness her approach. Whose side are you on? Yours, of course. But I have a duty to uphold the truth. Lying about the facts of the situation doesn't change them.
So helpless. I can take my time with you, can't I?
I was just trying to save the princess.
She steps closer, one silent footfall at a time, cocking her head in curiosity as you feel your organs shutting down one by one.
Or maybe I can't take my time with you. You don't look well. A little green around the gills.
Lady, you're really close.
What a shame. If you'd only helped me get out of here, we could have done such wonderful things together.
I tried.
Your lungs stop drawing in breath, and your heart freezes in your chest. You have seconds left.
I'd say better luck next time. But we both know this is the end, don't we?
Not really. I've had many lives.
It can't be. This can't actually be how everything ends.
I'm sorry, but it is. Everything goes dark, and you die.
We died. Chapter 2. The Nightmare.
You're on a path in the woods. You're here to...
Alright. She's gonna kill me again.
Again? People don't die twice. You haven't even met the princess, and I hardly think she'd be capable of killing someone as skilled and courageous as yourself.
Clearly, he doesn't know me very well.
If he doesn't remember what happened, then maybe it's best to keep it that way. Shh! What if he hears us?
We've got the paranoid now.
That's a very good question, little voice. What if he does hear you? Shit! I think you'll find yourselves very hard-pressed to keep any secrets from me. Not that it matters right now, because like I said, this is the first time we've met. Still, I'd rather not get off on the wrong foot. We've a world to save, after all.
Yeah, about that. Sure.
A warning. She will lie.
Yep.
I don't think lying and cheating is her thing. She was very direct with us last time. Or at least she was direct with us after we decided to lock her away.
It doesn't matter. Don't trust anyone.
No one. No one can be trusted, not even myself.
The interior of the cabin is plain, the smooth wood of the walls almost featureless. The only furniture of note is a lone table, knocked on its side in the corner of the room. A pristine blade stands between you and the open, inviting basement doorway. The blade is your implement. Hold on. What happened to the door? There was a door here last time.
It's just an empty frame.
She's already got an out, hasn't she? And she's ready for us. She's been waiting. Can't you feel her eyes on us? I'm going to need all of you to pull yourselves together. The princess has not already gotten out. But if you keep getting stuck in your head like this, you're going to struggle to get the job done. So deep breath in, deep breath out. Your task awaits, and only you can do it.
Deep breaths. Okay. I'm gonna look about the mirror.
You're right. I was so stuck on the eyes watching us that I didn't even notice it there. What are you two talking about? There isn't a mirror. There's a table, the blade sitting on the floor, and the open doorway leading to the basement. There's nothing else in here. There's definitely a mirror. There isn't. We have to look at it. Unless that's what he wants us to do. And pretending it isn't there is a trick to get us to do exactly what he wants.
Don't worry about the eyes. They're fine. Why would you lie about the mirror?
Exactly. Why would I
So I am curious about the mirror. Because hang on.
Very different.
Very different.
He
Yes.
changed it, didn't he? It's like he's trying to make us doubt our reality. Calm down. Maybe the three of you just think everything is different because you haven't been here before. Enough of this past life nonsense. You haven't died. You certainly haven't been killed by the princess.
Yeah.
So focus up. A lot's riding on this.
So the mirror. I am curious about the mirror because every
Walk
time
up
I
to the wall
approach,
next to the empty basement door frame. It's a wall. There isn't much to see here.
every time I approach the mirror, the narrator says it's not here,
This really isn't funny.
and we go to wipe the mirror away,
You
and it
reach
disappears.
forward and rub your hand against the cabin wall. I hope you know how ridiculous you look right now. Did he make it go away? Clearly there was something in there worth investigating if he wants it hidden so bad.
So I'm curious because the only time we ever get to interact with the mirror is at the end to check our appearance. But there's got to be a purpose to having the mirror in all of these cabins in the second chapter. There's got to be a purpose to it. I just don't know what that purpose is. Like, do we have to check it every time just to be sure? Is there only one? Oh, there's the eyes. Oh, I didn't notice the eyes before. I know the eyes were mentioned, but I didn't actually see them before. Oh, geez. Alright. So, in the vein of attempting to save the princess, do we go down without the blade again? I keep wanting to try to find a way to save the princess. So let's see if we can redeem ourselves. We redeemed ourselves with the werewolf witch. And we got a kiss out of the deal. So not going in attempting to murder her has been beneficial in the past. I'm probably going to die very quickly this time, but it's fine.
Oh, we should have taken the knife. I don't think going down there unarmed is going to do us any favors.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You cross over the threshold and onto a series of isolated steps suspended in darkness.
There's more eyes.
More eyes, too. You never mention the eyes. The air seeping up from below reminds you of fresh lightning and static, as if you're descending into a place that isn't meant for a creature of flesh and blood. If the princess lives here, slaying her would probably be doing her a favor.
You never mention the eyes.
Her cruel and playful voice prances up the stairs.
I didn't think you'd come back. We're gonna have a lot of fun, you and I.
Okay, we need a game plan. Last time we were here, just being close to her was enough to kill us.
I'm gonna talk to her. We don't need a plan, I'm just gonna kill her. Mr. Narrator seems to think I can do it. I don't know why you're all being such pessimists right now. Step off the void between the stairs. Ooh. Interesting. I'm gonna talk to her.
Didn't you hear my warning a minute ago? She can't be trusted. Talking won't do you any good. Something tells me she isn't going to be very keen on talking anyway.
Gonna try.
You make your way to the bottom of the stairs. As you emerge, you find yourself between two loose rows of white wooden planks suspended in nothingness. A smattering of cobblestones, visible against the inky black of the basement, mark where the floor should be, forming vague pathways. At what seems to be the end of the room, they diverge in opposite directions, left and right. She could be anywhere, and there's nowhere for us to hide. We're completely exposed. Are you really not going to comment on how weird this place is?
Nope.
No, I'm not. Somebody needs to be the voice of reason here, and it certainly isn't you. Excuse me, I'm being incredibly reasonable. You're the one who's just matter-of-factly describing whatever the hell we're looking at like it's an ordinary basement. We're going to die down here. I don't want to die again. Please stop saying that. You're only going to make things worse. Just pick a direction and start moving.
Alright.
I wouldn't give it too much thought if I were you. It doesn't really matter, because either way you go, I'm going to find you.
Oh, that sing-songy voice at the end. Oh, that was terrifying. Oh, we have so many choices. So this is where, if I were being very diligent about it, I would be using the save feature, the quick save, the quick loading. You know, do a quick save, go left, figure out what that is, do a quick load, go right, etc., etc. I may attempt to do that in my spare time. Maybe. I'm not sure yet. Because again, there's 90-something achievements, and it would be very difficult to go through this whole thing step by step and make sure I get all of the different choices. It would be very difficult, and I've never done something like that before. So, I kind of want to, but for now, we're going left.
You turn to the left.
Oh, thanks, narrator. You turn to the left. Due to the extreme fascination of this game, I do kind of want to go achievement hunting.
A faintly outlined path lies before you.
There you are.
Hi.
I told you I was going to find you.
Ma'am?
As the princess approaches, your legs suddenly go numb. Your arms quickly follow. This is it, isn't it?
It's almost like you want me to get you.
There has to be a way out of this. Think! Think! What did you do? pull yourself together. She isn't supposed to be like this.
I wonder how many times I'll get to play with you before you break.
As your blood begins to coagulate, it's as if every part of your being is coming to a lurching halt. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
That's terrifying,
Your lungs pull
actually.
in a desperate gulp of air as your eyes shoot back open.
Hi, ma'am.
What are you doing? I'm working. Do you want this body to function, or do you want... And then experience stops once more as your body reapproaches death. Okay, whatever you were doing, please just start doing it again. Are you sure about that? Are you sure that's what you want, or do you want to interrupt me some more? You have seconds left.
Just keep doing it, bud. Just keep
Yes, I'm
stuff
sure.
going.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Again, your eyes shoot open as you gasp for breath.
Hello again, ma'am.
Can't decide what you want to do, can you? Oh well, standing there gasping like a fish is more fun than dead. Even if you look ridiculous.
Oh, you can hear him in the background. Oh, that's almost unnerving.
She isn't attacking us. Why? The why doesn't matter. She's already proven her ill intent. Don't lose sight of your mission. And how are we supposed to do that? We don't have a weapon. The way out of here isn't nowhere to be seen. That isn't my fault. It doesn't matter whose fault it is, because fighting her isn't an option right now. Then you should get looking, shouldn't you?
Alright. So, questions. Oh, he's still whispering in the background. You're a lunatic, you know that? Let's see. You know what? Why aren't you finishing me off?
Because I don't want to. And even if I did, I don't have to. Look at the way you're struggling to stay alive. It's taking everything you have to keep your heart pumping right now. And I'm enjoying the show.
Alright.
The princess leans forward, bringing her masked lips close to your ear.
Alright.
If I want to see you gone, all I need to do is break your concentration.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. She slowly runs her velvet glove across the base of your neck. It feels like static. And then... Hey, snap out of it. Okay, deep breath. Deep breath, we're fine. Heart, lungs, liver, nerves. You're back. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver,
One moment,
nerves,
and then you're gone.
liver, nerves,
Just
heart,
like
lungs,
that.
nerves,
This is fucking terrifying.
Ah, and there's the fear.
liver,
Oh,
nerves, heart,
she noticed. Oh no.
She pulls away.
But that wouldn't be very fun, now would it? I've already done that.
What happened after you killed me last time?
I tried to leave while you suffocated, but that stupid cabin wouldn't let me. So I started to drag your body out with me, and then... Well, you died before I could get to the door. And then I was here, and now you're here too.
Right.
I don't think I can move without you, and dead doesn't count. And as much as I love what we have going on, I have bigger plans than tormenting one poor little creature forever. I want to leave.
Alright then. Why didn't you just try being nice? Hang on. If you want to work together, can you at least turn off this whole organ shutting down situation?
I am what I am. It's not my fault that you can't handle being around me.
Fair. I should just learn to accept her the way she is. Oh. Remain with your nightmare. Leave together. run. Alright. Let's see. Let's see. You know what? Let's try to be friends with Ghosty Lady. I've been trying to get on her good side this entire bloody night. Just friends.
I'm glad you're seeing things my way.
Oh, okay. Why didn't you just try being nice to me?
I am being nice. You're alive, aren't you?
Not quite what I meant, but sure.
And you died of fright as soon as you saw me last time. I didn't think keeping you alive was an option. But it looks like that's not a problem anymore. At least not for me. You seem miserable.
A little bit? Uh-huh. I mean, really feels like a bad plan to take her out of here. But, what happens if I let you out?
Definitely not. If you're what I need to leave this place, chances are you're pretty useful. I think I'll keep you right by my side. A little good luck charm to make sure I stay free.
So we're gonna keep Mr. Paranoid chanting the entire time to keep ourselves alive.
Don't worry. I'll make sure to take good care of you. I promise.
Uh-huh. Sure. Let's get out of here.
What? No!
I knew you'd come around. Oh, this is going to be so wonderful.
No, I'm not going to let this happen. Before you can utter another word, your body stops moving. And,
Do you think you can just wrest control away from us? This body's barely functioning as it is. Doesn't the world end if we fail to stop her? Won't letting us die here just make it end faster? Shit. Lungs, liver, nerves, heart, lungs, liver, nerves, heart. With a flick of the princess's wrist, the stairs slide back into place. I can't believe you're making me watch you damn everyone to torment and oblivion.
Come along now. You don't want to be stuck down here.
The princess glides onto the stairs and beckons you to follow. If only you had a weapon. This would be the perfect opportunity to use it.
If only.
But we don't. We've already made our choice.
We can still grab it on the way out.
You're not wrong, but maybe you should let me handle the suggestions for the time being. Just focus on keeping us alive.
Yeah, alive would be a good start.
Right.
Step onto the stairs and follow the princess.
You step onto the basement stairs, following the princess as she ascends. Pins and needles punctuate your every step, an uncomfortable and constant reminder of your mortality. Is this really worth it? At least it's a choice.
It certainly is a choice.
That doesn't justify anything. A terrible choice is still terrible.
Make sure you keep up. We wouldn't want you to fall.
As if acting on instinct, you crane your neck and look behind you. There is nothing there. The princess reaches the top of the stairs and taps on the door. Her head twists back in your direction, watching you with dead eyes as the way out creaks open.
Hi.
Don't forget that your pristine blade is still on the other side. You can still make this right. You can still save everyone. You can still save yourself from becoming her tormented pet. There's no harm in us having a weapon. All it does is give us more options, and we are dangerously low on those right now. Have you considered that maybe you could operate the autonomic nervous system for a bit? Everyone is trying to manipulate us, and I can only do so many things at once to keep us alive. Heart. Liver?
Hero, for being a hero, you're terrible at trying to keep us alive.
Your body seizes violently as you regain consciousness on the floor of the cabin. No! You're doing it all wrong. You're supposed to do it like this. Heart, lungs, liver,
nerves, heart. I guess I have to do everything around here, don't I?
Yes.
Heart, lungs, liver, nerves.
There we go. Back with me where you belong. I thought you might have decided to break yourself just to spite me. It's better for you that you didn't.
Yeah.
Now we can get back to business. For starters, we won't need this where we're going.
Ah,
The princess plucks the blade from the floor
great.
and tosses it through the door behind you. It vanishes into the inky black of the basement, never to be seen again.
So much for having a choice to grab that thing. Yep.
Guess we're not stabbing her in the back. I guess not. I'm going to fix myself a stiff drink. If I'm about to watch you hand the world to her on a silver platter, I'd rather not be sober.
Fair.
And now you open the door.
There's nothing else for us to do.
Step into the world.
The doorknob twists in your hand, revealing the forested path beyond the cabin. You bastard. You've actually done it. You've actually doomed nerves. Heart.
It's so beautiful. I can't wait to ruin it. But it's so cold, too. It's itching against my skin.
Yeah, this is not really the one I wanted to bring with me to the end.
The princess, exhausted, slumps to the ground.
Why is it so cold?
Maybe because you're creepy.
Yeah, definitely not the one I would have intentionally chosen to bring with me to the end. The memory returns.
She's gone. Where did she go? And there's that mirror again. Why is it here? Why now?
Yeah, don't worry about it. We're just going to the mirror. Touch it. You are nothing at all. We have a beak! But that isn't right. You can't be nothing. You refocus your gaze and then you see it. A figure, faint and veiled in shadow just beyond the reflection. Are you me?
I think you know what I am.
Oh. A crack slides down the center of the mirror, splitting the image in the glass in two. And then another crack forms, and another, turning the mirror into jagged shards of broken glass. Aha! So, you're the narrator. I was wondering if I'd ever get to see you.
The narrator, yes. I suppose that's my job, isn't it? You needed help after all, an objective voice to guide your blade. But you were never supposed to see me. I wonder how many worlds you've damned to extinction to fall this far.
I think the count is past 20 at this point. What are you? Are you something like me?
Oh, I'm nothing like you. I am an echo, likely one of many. Somebody made you after all, and I'm what's left of him. Not that I'm the only one who can make that claim. I'm sure you've met many others like me.
Others like you. You've said something like that before. Has every narrator been different?
Of course. That is by both necessity and design.
Good night, Deimos. Maybe tomorrow. Tonight, I'm drinking on my own terms. But cheers.
This construct you're in exists in many places at once. Anytime you failed, anytime you thought yourself dead, it would restart and shunt both your consciousness and hers into another world. But you'll be awake soon, and then it won't be able to work like that anymore.
I have many questions. I have many questions, but hang on. Many questions. Jesus. Okay. So you do know about the looping. So many of the times I met you denied it as even being a possibility. Why did you lie to me?
Any other version of me you talked to was just that, a version of me. It wasn't me. As to why they lied, perhaps they thought that admitting to it would have pushed you to certain realizations that would have made finishing your task impossible. Maybe they were just in denial. I'm sure many of them were convinced that they had to be the first version of them you'd encountered. Anything else would have been too existentially unpleasant. For all I know, each of those other versions of me could have had entirely different understandings of how this construct works. Who's to say which of them are right and which of them are wrong, really? Except for me. I can tell you for a fact that I'm right.
I see. Every time I ask you something, it's like pieces of you break.
I'm aware. And if I were you, I'd be more precious about your time.
Oh, well, that's not comforting. I see. Huh. And then, who am I?
You're the Long Quiet, the god I made to rid the world of death.
That's certainly a statement. That's certainly a statement indeed. I don't... What? That opens more questions. Does it hurt?
It doesn't hurt. I don't feel pain. Not physically.
Running out of questions. We've got 4 questions left. Alright. Are you a part of me, or are you something else?
No, I'm not a part of you. But that's all a matter of perspective, isn't it? From one vantage point, I must seem wholly foreign, but from another, well, all the versions of me that have existed have collectively heard your every thought and driven your every action. If that isn't being part of you, then what is? Soon I'll be gone entirely.
Kind of fair?
And you'll be left alone with your final choice. So allow me to make my final request. The princess contains death itself within her, but I wove you into being with all the power you need to destroy her forever. Do it. Slay her, and rid the world of death and suffering.
Ah. I see. I still have several questions. Why would you want to rid the world of death?
If you need to ask that question, there's nothing I can say to move you. You haven't died. You cannot die. So you cannot grasp the abject horror of dying.
Right. I got an achievement for running out of questions. Alright. Out of time. I'm not going to slay her, and I want you to know that before you die for good. Oof. I can lie to him. I haven't decided what I'm going to do yet. I want to see what she thinks. Yes. Let's just do this.
I've said my piece, and my time is up.
Rip Mirror Man.
It's like I said, I'm just an echo. And echoes always fade away. You know what you have to do.
Slay the princess. As the final fragment of glass shatters, you see yourself with a newfound clarity. The narrator was right. You are the Long Quiet, a vast and nascent god. And it is finally time for you to wake up. All of this is you. Proceed to the cabin one last time. When you arrive at the heart of things, there is no final vessel for you to bear witness to. There is nothing for you to find. Oh. Right. She exploded. She's lovely.
I can finally see you, and you can finally see me.
We got quite a lot going on in the background here.
It's been so long, and my heart has ached for this moment. I've missed you dearly.
Do you know about the echo? Did you hear it?
Every word you spoke found its way to me. I know him, and I know his construct. He was deluded by his fear of death. Pay him no mind.
Okay. I'm the Long Quiet, but I don't know what that means.
Names are their attempts to capture that which cannot be captured. They call me the Shifting Mound, a pale imitation of what I actually am.
So what happens now?
Ever the passive player, always reacting and never acting. But it's woven into your nature, isn't it? When the echo spun us from one into two, he gave you a choice and me a role to play. I am not death, but I contain it in my multitudes. So, will you attempt to destroy me and bring about a world devoid of death and the possibility of meaning? Or will you open the final doors to our liberation?
Solid question. There are so many stories we've left unfinished. Can we really just leave?
Even as your eyes begin to open, you still hold on to the notions of is and is not, of beginning and end, pitch black islands in the blinding light of the infinite. There is nothing to resolve, nothing restraining us but us.
That doesn't answer my question. Don't you have a say in all of this? Why is it all falling on me?
Of course I have a say in all of this. You and I share reflections of each other's burdens, just as you and I share reflections of each other's gifts. If we didn't, the winding paths that brought us here wouldn't have been full of strife and conflict.
Yeah. There was a lot of that, yep. So many questions that I need answers.
My very nature is paradox, as is yours. You cannot use words to grasp at things that are beyond their reach. And you cannot rationalize that which defies logic. But violence and passion are dances that both of us know well. If this is what it takes to enlighten you, then so be it.
Uh-oh. Shiva's gonna go all wrath on me. Ma'am?
Fear is what pretends to protect us from loss. To fear death protects from losing a body. To fear ruin protects from losing status. To fear rejection protects from being known. But losing a body is contained within having a body. Losing status is contained within having status. Being known is contained within being conscious.
Stop talking in
It is in the
circles.
nature of all things to transform, to go from known to hidden to known again. But when the ceaseless impermanence of all things strips away the finality of endings, what remains of fear? Is it a shelter protecting you from itself? Or is it a shelter protecting itself from you?
Yes.
You took fear by the hand and walked with it into the unknown, and through that, you feared nothing.
I mean, I kind of feared a lot. I feared a lot. Let's see. That wasn't a rejection of fear. You broke me.
Were you afraid when you stepped through that door? Or were you enticed by what might come next? By what might lie beyond fear? By what you might become?
All of the yes.
You say I broke you, but was that curiosity not freedom of its own? My masses mob you. There is no beginning to them, nor is there an end. There is only the flood of bodies. And every moment you hold every possible sensation at once, and then you hold them all again. And in the end, you returned it to me. For a brief moment, you were everything. A chaos that needed ordering. But without chaos, there is no reason.
You seemed like you were in pain. It was the only thing I could do.
I saw with a single pair of eyes what I needed dozens to comprehend. And now here we are, each with millions of eyes, and all of them opening to what we are.
A thought is a vine, and some thoughts nurture thorns that bleed the soul, and endless growth that blots your vision and strangles your trust. When I succumbed to myself, you patiently stood by me and cut the thistles that rooted in my skin. Your compassion is what freed us both, but compassion is a thing that must be nurtured, and you cannot nurture that which cannot change.
Yeah, that's fair. And we can always end early or just not respond, but of course, I didn't want to hate you.
Then help me again. We are each other's liberation.
Yeah, we had two really good ones at the start. And then it kind of sort of went downhill. I couldn't figure out how to get better endings. I wanted a bunch of good ones, but it wasn't happening.
A boundless torrent of blades cut you from boundless angles. You are a body. You are gory ribbons. You are a body again. And you feel all of it.
Oh, I forgot about that one. Yeah, maybe that one wasn't so great either. Okay, we had two good ones and three horrible ones. Actually, the multitudes one, the chaos one, wasn't so bad. But the cutting to bloody ribbons and the terror demon unleashing on the world, those weren't so great.
On and on it goes until your bodies are not your thoughts, are not you. Alive, dead, alive, dead, alive, dead, then alive and dead and alive and dead all at once. You learn to put yourself away and to follow the flow of reality, and you used it to rise above me. You died countless steely deaths, and you lived countless short lives, and yet it is all so far behind you. Unjust impossibilities pushed you to become something you would never have been without them.
We were very self-destructive. I mean, you more than me, because you definitely murdered me very many times. Ah! Sparkle! Thank you, Sparkle! Very self-destructive.
Were we self-destructive, or did the beauty of our dance reach beyond the shadow of death? It was lethality that made us what we were. Your lever drives a stake into your body, and another, and another, and another. Do I miss your heart because I can't stand to see it go? Love melted into skepticism, and you pulled back layer after layer after layer. until all you were left with was the knowledge that you did not know me.
Okay, maybe that one wasn't as great as I remember.
You sought the truth then. Will you hide from it, now that it is within your grasp?
Hiding from the truth is bad.
Then don't.
But I won't.
Leave with me. There's no need for you to fight what we are.
See things from my perspective.
If you need more time to open your eyes, then I will give you all the time in the world.
As the clash between you abates, you begin to shake, your will rapidly dissolving.
Are you starting to see? Nothing is immutable. Everything that is exists only in relation to everything it isn't. There is no constant. There is no center.
Everything is chaos and death and destruction and gloom. Okay, now I'm starting to see why he wanted to get rid of her.
Open your eyes and accept what we are. We can leave this prison together.
It's easy to believe in the things you believe in when you get to sit above it all.
It is from my vantage point that I can see the totality of truth.
Alright, fine. So, what do you think happens if we leave here?
This universe dies, and a new one is born. And that one dies, and a new one is born. And you and I get to witness it all, weaving a tapestry of life wherever we go.
Slay the princess. Slay the princess. Slay the princess. So we got 3 options to slay the princess. You've done everything you can to make me understand your perspective, but you keep dismissing mine. If you think you can change me, then I must be able to change you. Ooh, alright. There has to be something else. It can't be this. I won't kill you, but I won't let you free. You are cruelty. You cannot exist. I have to fight for a better world. I'm sorry. Never wanted to fight you, but how do we leave? Okay. So we have some rough decisions to make here, but this one is pretty poignant. You keep trying to force me to see things your way, but you refuse to see things my way. You're like, I'm special. I'm gonna talk in circles. Blah 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 blah. But you gotta be willing to do a little bit of give and take here, lady.
What I offer you is not perspective. It is truth.
Whatever you're trying to do right now, you don't have to do it alone.
Oh, the hero's back. Which hero are you?
All of them? I assume in the same way that you're all of you.
Okay, that's fair. It's kind of good to hear you, bud.
It's good to be here. She's too many things all at once out here. If you want to get through to her, you need some way to get through all of that divine confidence. There's still a piece of me nestled close to where it all began. I can take you there. I can take you to her heart.
It's time to resume our dance.
She's relentless, isn't she? Let's make this quick. Are you ready?
Sure.
Then let's go. And here we are. I'd say we were back where it all started, but I guess it's a little after that, isn't it?
Yeah, just a little bit after where it all started.
Do you need me to describe things?
Nah, it's fine. We got this. Hold up. I'd like that for old time's sake. Is it just you and me? Did anyone else make it to the cabin? Has the narrator really gone? You know what? Yeah, yes, for old time's sake.
Yeah, of course. The interior of the cabin is, well, it's a cabin, yeah? There isn't much here, just a table and a knife and a door. And some windows.
You know what? You're a better narrator already because you never bothered mentioning the windows before. Also, I do notice that there's piles of naked women outside the windows, just pointing that out. I am, however, going to very briefly BRB while we wait in this cabin. So, BRB. Alright, we are back in the cabin with the fistfuls of naked women outside, waiting for us to finish this. Hopefully. I think we're finishing this. Obviously, there are zillions more paths to take. I have a whopping 22 of 97 achievements, so, you know, I have a few other options to pick, I think. Never did get a chance to... Oh no, we got the long quiet. All of this is you. That was the last look in the mirror. And we got the terrifying vessel of bringing the terrifying nightmare lady to her at the end, which is a really bad decision, by the way, but it's fine. Yeah, knife, windows.
You know, come to think of it, I don't think he ever really mentioned the windows, did he?
I was just saying that.
There's no mirror either. I think you broke it.
Probably.
And I know you're still trying to find some middle ground, but if things go south, we're going to need that blade.
Oh, I've been trying really hard not to do the blade where possible. Did anyone else make it to the cabin?
It's just us.
I think the rest of them are still out there, jumbled up in the rest of her.
Is the narrator really gone?
Yeah, it's dead silent in here. Whatever it was that was left of him, I don't think it could handle you waking up to godhood. Pretty sure he got obliterated.
Alright, that's fine, I guess. Kind of sad to see him go, though. Yeah.
Yeah, it's complicated. He put us through hell, but he's been part of us since the very beginning, hasn't he?
Yeah. Alright, no blade. No blade.
No blade it is. I'm not sure what we'll be able to do without it, but your judgment has gotten us this far.
Yeah, look what that's done. My judgment getting us this far has been
Do you remember
terrible.
the first time we were here? The first time we heard her voice?
Yes, it was enchanting.
I don't know what you want for us.
She sounded just like that. Timid and gentle. Only she didn't know us. And down we go. We shouldn't keep her waiting.
There you are.
Hello.
You look just like you did when we first met. Let's talk for a bit. Maybe we can figure this out.
Yes, talking, no stabbing. I don't want to be a god.
I don't think I want that either.
Are you the same as you are out there?
I don't feel the same. I feel smaller.
What if we just leave?
Can we actually do that? What would that even mean? Where would we go?
I don't know, but you're not shackled this time, so, you know, it's an option. Just take her hand. I've always wanted to leave with you, but I don't like being a god. Let's just go through together. Not knowing what it means is why I want it. Doesn't matter. Just leaving together. That's all that matters. Don't know where. As long as it's not here and with you. That's all I want. Lots of good options here, actually. Yes, only consensual shackling. Yes. Let's just go as we are. Just you and me.
I want that too.
Then let's do it.
I think I'm gonna stay right here. Whatever you're doing right now, wherever you're going, it feels like it's for just the two of you.
Oh, you gonna be okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be alone for too long anyways. The others are still around here somewhere. I'll find them.
Alright then. Leave with the princess. You lead and the princess follows, and together you leave the basement behind for the last time. It's quiet as you ascend, a comfortable silence filling a space that used to be flooded with violence and words and noisy thoughts. But there's an energy in the silence, an electricity, the anticipation of the unknown. At the top of the stairs, the princess stalls, eyes fixed on the cabin door. You can see a tension seize her. She's unsure of herself for the first time in her long and short existence. She has no part to play anymore, and she knows this, yet she still is. And then she crosses the room to the door outside. You follow her confident steps.
Come on, princess. It's just a door.
Just a door. Just touch it.
Sorry, I'm just a little nervous. This is really it. Whatever happens next will be completely new.
Yep. Oh, we could go with the Smitten's response. The Smitten will always be with us in heart. You know what? The Smitten has called to me the whole time, and I miss his voice dearly. So, you know what? I love you, princess. Let's do this.
I love you too.
Let's do this together. Touch it. Touch the door. I keep forgetting we got the scaly hands. That was delightful. It was horrifying. And it was nice. And it was truly atrocious at times. And gory and gruesome and lovely and sweet and terrifying. It was a fantastic game. It really was. It was spectacular narration, really great storytelling, some really wonderful twists and turns. I really enjoyed it a lot. Oh. Apparently this is the track order for a special playlist. Interesting. I'm curious what this track order would sound like in the specific order. But I'll take it. I have... Oh. I didn't know you could hide the UI with H the whole time. I've just been taking screenshots as is. Good to know. Discord, mailing list, subreddit. Follow us everywhere else. Make your playlist. Play our other game. Other game? Other game? Where did you open up to? Ah, other game. The Secret Hollow, perhaps? Twin Peaks meets Gravity Falls and Life is Strange. Alright. Cool. I like it. It was a great game. It really was. And there's so much more of it to see. I got a couple more achievements at the end there. Whatever it is, you'll face it together and finish the game. The good ending doesn't count. That opens up several more questions. But yeah, as I said, 24 out of 97 achievements. So there's so much more to explore in this game and experience. I have to think on if I want to do a full, like 100% type playthrough. It would take a lot of effort. I don't think you can do it in one shot. I don't think it's possible. I think the only way that you'd be able to do that is if you just did quick saves and whatnot. So like, for example, I would do a quick save after collecting the first princess that I really liked. And then I would go through all of the various other options. And, you know, if I got tormented and terrorized by one of them, I would go back and reload, that kind of thing. So it might be possible to do it all in one run and finish at the end. But there's so many choices and branching pathways that I don't know exactly how we'd go about that. I'd probably have to record it and do a bunch of editing, and it would be a nightmare. But I think for right now we call this a single good finished run through of Slay the Princess. It was a fantastic game. I don't normally go in for visual novel type games, but this one was really, really well done. And I just loved it. It was great. It was great. That's all I got to say for it. So I think that'll be it for tonight. Iron Ninja, Sparkle, Demos, Kinder, The One, anyone else who may still be lurking out there. I appreciate y'all being there. It's late. I'm gonna go to bed. Thank y'all for coming. I'll see you next time. Bye.